Good evening, good evening. Welcome back to the channel, Ashura Star Goddess, and we are here today to kind of just have a nice little chat and sip some tea and open some, open an Etsy package. Look how this is wrapped so nice. Oh, sprinkle, sprinkle. Welcome in, everyone. I see you, Goddess Wild Red, member in the house. Y'all become a member too. And get y'all something to drink, a cup of tea, cup of coffee, whatever. So I was shopping online at my friend's store, The Writing Witch, and you probably see me post some of her videos every now and then on my community section. And she has a stationery store where she sells Book of Shadow papers, journaling papers, journals, pens, etc. So I wanted some holiday themed stationery. And so I ordered some off of her Etsy shop. It is linked at the top of the description. And it's also linked in the comments right here in the live comments. And I'll also try to link them in the permanent comments so you can get her store. But if you go on Etsy and type in The Writing Witch, it should come up as well. So I don't know. She might have sent me some extra stuff because this looks like more than what I ordered. So I'm excited. Let me just tilt this down a little bit. Y'all might get a little bit of that background. It's not covered, but that's fine. Y'all know. Y'all know it's just a little backdrop. So I'm cutting this open. It's wrapped so pretty and nice. I love the paper that she wrapped it in. Just the little touches like that I like to order from Etsy shops. All right. I might have to use the scissors again. Y'all like that ASMR box sound? There you go. Okay, I'm gonna cut this tape open with the scissors. How are y'all doing this evening? Are y'all getting off of work, out of school, just chilling at the end of a long day? I just got back from doing all my errands and picking up the kids and whatnot. So I'm good. How are y'all? Is it open yet? She taped this very well. Open. One more. Okay, let's see if that did the trick. Okay. Yay. All right. So I see a lot of stuff wrapped, so I'm excited. See what she sent me. Ooh, what do y'all think this is? I'm excited. Okay, so I like how it's wrapped in that gold tissue paper. Very nice. I'm gonna keep that. And then there's something in this too. Okay. It's getting more excited. It's like a gift within a gift. Oh my goodness. Yay. I got two. I got to unwrap two gifts one gift twice. Okay. So let's see what this is. What do y'all think it is? Season's greetings from my back to you. Oh, thank you, Goddess Wild Red. I appreciate it. Ooh, look at this. Oh my God. It is like a crystal pin. I don't know if y'all can see this. It's a pin. And there's a crystal at the end of it, like a stone. And then look at the intricate, beautiful detail. And it's just like wooden. Girl, I'm gonna start writing. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I love this. I will probably write with this a lot. I write a lot, so thank you. If y'all want a pen sort of like this or very similar, make sure you go check out The Writing Witch on Etsy, and it's linked at the top, her store. So if y'all are interested in these really cute pens that can double as wands, and also you can charge your intentions and whatever you're writing into this crystal, and then write your manifestations or whatever. And it's also like a wand. So I'm loving that. And it came very nicely wrapped. So I like stuff that's nicely wrapped. Okay. Next. What else did she send me? Oh, I'm excited. Yeah, it is nice, wasn't it? I can't wait to use that, like literally. I might take some notes just for fun, for nothing. Okay, so I got this. This is really nice. I'm gonna have to cut a little bit so I can get it out. Okay. What do y'all think this is? Oh, it's a candle in a chalice with herbs, charms, and crystals, I believe. Look at that. And it's a chalice. So when you finish burning it, it smells good too. It smells like Christmas, like Yule or like the holidays. There's the cinnamon in there. It's just really nice. And it has like the little charm in there from Charm. It smells so good. And this will look really cute burning on an altar or just in your bedroom. Also giving like cute dark academia vibes as well. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh, wait. Something else. Okay, hold on. Okay, this crystal must have been in here and was just left in the packaging. So I'm putting, it was like a very nice size crystal. I'm gonna put it back in there. Okay. Looks like a citrine. Okay, next, last but not least, this is what I ordered. She was very kind enough to send me extra gifts. So this is actually what I ordered. Don't you love how she wraps everything? So nice. Okay. So I ordered some seasonal stationery to write. Okay, so comes with this really nice letter on the front, personalized to me. Thank you. Thanks again for requesting an upgrade option of the paperweight. Okay, maybe that's more personal. All right, so you can get different pages, and they're kind of like, these are like tea stained, and then these are just printed, and it's front and back, and they're holiday themed, and they are, you can like fit them in a book of shadows, or you can put some holes in them and put them in a binder or a binder sleeve. But they are just really cute journaling pages, or you can write letters to, like, if you have pen pals and stuff like that. It's really nice. There's 20 sheets that come in an order, front and back. And the good thing about this is, like, if you do have a printer, you can copy a few of these if you want extra as well. You can send out your holiday greetings and updates on these to family and friends, or you can write people letters or whatever. I'm just showing y'all a few of these pages because actually this is the first time I'm opening this. So I'm also looking at them with you. Y'all gotta bear with me. Oh, this one is so cute. Oh, it's a little mouse and a little elf. And then here's like a rabbit and an elf. So cute. A lot of these have nature scenes on it as well as holiday decor. And it's like kind of Victorian style, if y'all like that vintage, nostalgic, feel, which I do. It's very much what I like. And then she sent me these extra, like, tea stained papers, like parchment papers. Sure, I could write on there too. Okay. Smell the little tea on. And then she wrote me a cute letter, and I like how she like made it all fancy and stuff. Um, so let me see what she sent. Okay, so what she sent me was the handcrafted writing wand. This is what she calls it, the handcrafted writing wand. Because a lot of us do our magic or manifest our will through writing, you know. And then the silver chalice filled with autumn winter spice candle blend and some of her handcrafted papers. I guess this is the parchment. Um, so definitely go check out her store. And I think it's kind of cool, sorry, to shop small for the holidays and give personalized gifts to people because you can't really just buy this at Walmart, Target, or Amazon. And so a lot of these gifts are special and will mean a lot more to people um, when you gift them. So I like this. So sprinkle, sprinkle, you guys. Y'all go check out her store. I can't wait to use these. Okay, I'm gonna put them over here. So I want to test out how it writes. So let me get my little mini writing pad. Ooh, it writes very well. It's in black ink. Perfect. Very easy to write with. Very comfortable. You know, I gotta test the products. Sprinkle, sprinkle. So it is Ashira approved. Y'all go get you one. I'm sure they come in different stones and colors and all that kind of good stuff. Very well made. Very well handcrafted. So, thank you, the Writing Witch. I appreciate you. Um, you can use that as your wand at work. Mm-hmm. I like this because I needed a new chalice because mine I left water in it or some type of drink and it kind of corroded the inside of my old one. So I'm gonna after I burn this, I'm gonna clean it out really good and keep this. All right. You said the right which is so lovely. Aw. I'm sure she would appreciate your compliment. So, shopping small on Etsy during the holiday season, like this lotion is from Etsy. I ordered like a mystery box that came with a book, and so I think I'm gonna be shopping Etsy a little bit more this season because after years of just shopping like on Amazon and Walmart and Target, everybody has the same thing. And I love personalized gifts because you don't find them everywhere else and they're more special. They have more meaning and they're most of the time the quality is way, way better. And like this, I'm rubbing this lotion on right now, and the smell is like unbelievable. I have not had this type of lotion anywhere else before. The smell is very unique, and you're not going to find, you know, this type of stuff on regular stores. So even though I like me some Amazon, you have to make sure that you also support small business. I'm a small business. I have my level of cosmetic shop and stationery shop as well. And I think we should at least support a couple of small businesses this holiday season, if not do all your shopping there. And also, I'm doing like a 40% off sale on my Level Up Cosmetics and Stationery store. So if y'all want to go look around on there as well, I'm doing my annual 40% off for the whole month. You guys, let me see. Let me give y'all that link too. And when you go to the store, I'm gonna yeah, I'm going to send you to the whole store. And if you click on the top of the store, it'll send you also to my Level Up stationery store. And you can also get like binders and pins or whatever, but more, maybe like more for a gift for yourself or your significant other, man or woman. Sprinkle, sprinkle. But definitely check out the Writing Witch. She has a very beautiful work. Look at this. And she actually made this stuff with her hands. Like the stuff that I'm selling is not handmade. So this is why I have to like give her props. I like how this looks as well. It's like very natural. Almost reminds me of a pine cone, like a golden pine cone. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay, so chit chat. So we were going to talk about. Well, I was walking in the park today, and I was just noticing so many things that nature, the wisdom that nature brings. And I was going to do a whole vlog on it, which I might still do because I have all the footage explaining how things in nature speak to us. And I think I'm going to save it for that. But I did want to tell you guys how, you know, nature speaks to us, the universe speaks to us. And a lot of people say, oh, that's intuition, that's spirit, that's God, that's yourself, that's your higher self, da, da, da. Well, whatever you call it, a lot of times when people become super aware, or I call it hyper aware, a lot of times they don't know how to handle being hyper aware. And what I say, the best thing to handle being hyper aware is to find a way to benefit from it always. If you're having like issues with knowing too much, seeing too much, understanding things on a deeper level, find a way to make it work for you. And you'll see that having that quote unquote advantage is very, very helpful in life as well to other people. I guess a great example of this type of hyper awareness that so many people have are a lot of the people that are very innovative, who are not easily shut down or controlled, and they're kind of like visionaries. A lot of those type of people are hyper aware, and a lot of those type of people are way ahead of their time. They know more, they see further, and from their perspective, they can see exactly where a lot of things are headed. And it's almost like to make other people aware of where they're headed is almost a crime these days. Like if you knew that you were headed in a certain direction, and a person knew that you were headed in that direction and what was going to happen, wouldn't you want them to try to help you or help you avoid something in some way? Or wouldn't you want them to kind of fill you in on it as well? Well, a lot of people are trying to do this, but they're getting shut down or called silly or crazy. But at the same time, it always checks out, after, everything happens. And so I think we should start listening more to people instead of criticizing them or trying to label them something. You know what I'm saying? Um, you say hate noticing everything. Hmm. Yeah, we notice, a lot of people notice so much that it's almost as if it's a second set of eyes. Like you can turn it on and off if you want. Um, it's almost like a veil you can lift and put back on when you feel like it. Literally. So a lot of people are able to see beyond what most people can see at this time. And I feel like those people who are giving out the information should be considered and listened to. And a lot of these people are very strategic in the manner in which they give out information. because sometimes you can't just give away something free, or you can't just blurt out something because then it has less credibility. So it has to be unveiled slowly. Okay. When you realize that they are trying to force you to think a certain way, you seek truth. Exactly. And then, like, once you realize that you're being forced or persuaded to think a certain way, then you can see straight through all of it and it doesn't work anymore on you. So it's almost like once you notice it for a little while, it no longer has an effect at all. It's like, okay, I see what they're trying to do. And so it doesn't really work anymore. And they have to, you know, they have to realize so many people are seeing that now. And then, you have those people that have no idea what you're talking about because a lot of people, especially younger people, like the age where you're not focused on the type of stuff, or you're focused more on partying, having fun, and that's perfectly understandable. Those people at those ages are supposed to have fun and get all that out of their system. And then once they realize that there's more to the world than that, that's when they start seeing a little bit more. But they have to experience certain things in order to appreciate other things. So that's why I'm not like too upset about young people having fun. That's normal. You're supposed to do that. I actually promote going out to have fun, but being responsible. Yes. And so writing, journaling, and talking to people that have the same type of um, perspective is very interesting and something that we can all do. Um, you say you young and don't even like fun. Well, I grew up in a different era before we had all these smartphones and internet. We had to leave the house to talk to people, okay, unless we knew their phone number and they were actually at home, or had a cell phone that they were actually going to answer. So we had to leave the house in order to meet people. These like y'all could just click on a button and meet 5 different people in 2 minutes. But back in the day, we had to go out and have fun and experience life. When you realize that okay, I already read that one. But if you can skip all of that and you're perfectly happy and satisfied with everything as it is, that's great. Because I just wanted to have fun and party and dance and all that kind of fun stuff. But I've got all of that out of my system, and I'm glad that I did while I was young. So now I can seek knowledge and um, you know, focus on other things like that are more important to me, learning, spirituality, and all that kind of stuff. You literally wrote about this in your journal today, the hyper awareness and feeling of second set of eyes. Yes. Um, your goal your goal is to meet me. Wow, what a goal. I feel so honored. Um, well, you know what I'm gonna do? Maybe after New Year's, I might have like how so like the mystery boxes on my Level Up Cosmetics. I might do a journaling pen pal box where you can get a whole box full of stuff to write with, and I will probably do a handwritten letter to each person who orders a box. And maybe you could become a potential pen pal. And so probably, you're one step closer to your goal. And I'm not going to have too many of the boxes, but probably enough for those who really wanted to get it. And it's going to probably be after New Year's or right around New Year's, because I feel like that's a perfect time to start, something journaling, or having a pen pal and da 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 da. Out with the old and with the new. Mhm. And if you're nervous about like putting your address, get you one of those postal boxes, and they're kind of cheap. like at your local post place. It doesn't even have to be a post office, but or send it to your friend's address. And I don't know. But if you're kind of iffy about that, then get a postal box and share it with a group of people. That would be easy to split the cost if you're on a budget. Um, you want to tap into your spirituality. We are already tapped in, baby. We just have to be aware of it. It's like so many people are trying to tap into something when they're already in it. They just have to become aware. It's kind of like you're walking through a park, but you're unaware of everything in the park. Okay, and that's kind of what my walk was today in nature. It's like you see trees, you see grass, you see the sky, you see the lake. But being hyper aware means seeing the little budding mushroom at the trunk of the tree, or seeing, you know, a squirrel, you know, gathering acorns, or you know, looking at the hole in the tree where something probably lives. So it's just you're going above and beyond what you know you're experiencing. You're taking it to different levels. You're snowed in. Oh, it snowed again? Okay, cool. You're a house cat, so you be chilling, Leonardo. Be more of a homebody these days, unless well, I actually I get out most weekdays because of my kids, but most of the weekends I'm in the house. Marcelia sis says hello. Hi sis. So I am drinking mint tea. I'm drinking two types of teas mixed together: mint tea and orange and cinnamon. It's an interesting flavor. It's very holiday-ish. So I've written so many level up books. I think it's time for me to write my third book, my third spiritually based book. And so I'm going to be starting that soon. So I'll have another book for you guys very soon. My last book, y'all have bought that, and I thank you so much. Let me grab a copy of it. How to Manifest with Magic and Dark Cosmic Energy. Thank y'all so much for buying this book. And it is still on Amazon. Y'all can actually get that for someone's Christmas gift this year or buy it for yourself. Y'all get this book. Period. And I do recommend this if you are wanting to manifest and get good results or faster results. Definitely, this book will help you. If anybody has read the book, they can probably tell you that it's very helpful. And there's the link. Okay. Um, let me put this back. Or I'll just keep it here for later if I need to reference it. I may put a few books in there if you purchase one of my upcoming pen pal boxes. I may, let me see, I have a few I can actually put in there. So some of y'all might get a surprise. Um, if y'all don't already have the book. Or I might find a way, I might sell a few copies that are autographed on my store. We'll see. That way you can just buy it if you want it. I'll let y'all know when that happens. It hasn't happened yet on my Level Up store. I might add a few of those books in there, signed autograph copies. Thank you, Sprinkle Sprinkle. Everyone says I have changed their lives. I appreciate that. I mean, I just get on here and do what I like to do. And if it helps you, I'm so glad. So I'm looking at all the wrappings on the floor. Um, Lately, I've been really getting into writing, pen paling, writing out all of the Christmas cards to everyone on the Patreon, doing some family and friends Christmas gifts. One of my friends is recently, like my best friend from childhood, recently just moved to New Hampshire in a small town in a little cabin in the mountains. And so she invited us to come visit whenever they're, completely moved in and situated. And so if I go, I will definitely try to vlog some of the area. And she says it's a small, witchy New England town, which is kind of cool for maybe the fall or early spring, um, or winter. So it's going to be fun. I don't know when we're going to go, but it will probably be within the next year or two. Mhm. So, can you show us Level Up Cosmetics? Well, I have on some right now. Like, I also have like lipsticks. These are matte lipsticks. I also have like liquid matte lipsticks. This is in Blood Moon. It's like a really pretty pink red. And this is the Coven collection. I have Blood Moon. I have Spell, which is a brown, really beautiful witchy brown. And then I have Love Potion, which is a really pretty pink. And so these last 24 hours. Spell, I think, is in my bathroom. I also have Ever After, the Ever After line, which is like a fairy tale themed line. And this is the highlighter. I have it on right here. I have eyeshadows, lipsticks, lip glosses, rose infused lip oils. I have liners. This is my Coven liner. It's like a liquid pen liner. Y'all always have that wing going. I don't have any liner on today, just like lashes. But definitely just type in whatever you're looking for in the search bar on the levelupcosmetics.us. Lipsticks, blush, eyeshadow palettes, mascara, liner. I also have pens, paper, journals, um, level up journals, coven journals with a little latch on it. So y'all just have a good time looking around, if anything. And remember at checkout it's 40% off your order. Okay. Thank you. You said you're in New England, Sierra Mist, Sprinkle Sprinkle. Yeah, we've been trying to come up with an excuse to visit New England, but now that my friend lives up there and can show us around, and we can stay at her house. I mean, definitely we're gonna go. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Um, you love it. Well, I need to make Sprinkle Sprinkle merch. Actually, the name of the highlighter is actually Sprinkle Sprinkle. So maybe in the future we'll have a line called Sprinkle Sprinkle. Love Potion is your favorite, so you already have the lipstick. This is my favorite too. It's a really natural pink. I will put it on. Let's see if I have. Probably I don't know if it's gonna match the color. Okay, here we go. The color I'm wearing, but I will try it on for you guys. Do y'all want Blood Moon or Love Potion? I'll try it on. This is Love Potion. So It's a very beautiful natural pink. And I like this because you can overline your lips and make them look even bigger. And it looks legit, like your lips. See? And it smells good. It smells like vanilla. Okay, so there's the love potion. I'll swatch it on my hand too so you can see what it looks like. And I'll swatch it on the other side so you can see what it looks like on tan skin, lighter skin. So it's like really pretty pinkish nude. Okay. You found your lipstick because you thought you lost it, girl. You go order another one. I also have some very beautiful reds that are also siren. I'll get y'all some Christmas red. Get you some siren and some rake. If y'all recognize those names, they're from the Robert Greene book. Have really pretty reds. So y'all get y'all holiday reds. Oh, I have at least 3 or 4 reds that y'all can choose from. You said your dead enemies can't talk to you about nothing? Girl, I thought dead enemies can talk still. I thought they were dead and they were silenced. I think, okay, let's talk more about awareness. A lot of people are super and hyper aware, right? Just as you could be super hyper aware, you can also be super hyper unaware on purpose. And a lot of people that are empaths are super hyper aware, right? But a lot of empaths don't know how to turn it off. And the best way I can explain how to turn something off is to stop caring about it or distract yourself with something mundane, very mundane. Um, so, and it's so strange. It's like, it's so much the opposite of what people who think spirituality should be. When you are hyper aware and hyper able to, see things and hear things that most people can't, if you take the mundane and the material and be hyper aware of that, then you can kind of control what you're being hyper aware of. It's like switching from one end of the spectrum to the other. So, for example, if you are hyper aware and just getting all these messages and, you know, signs and things and communicating with spirit and energies and stuff like that, and you say, okay, well, I don't want the rest of the day to be like this, then you go shopping or you go window shopping or you try on some cute high heels if you're a girl. Or if you're a guy, maybe you play sports, I don't know, or lift weights. Walk around and do whatever you do. Drive your nice car somewhere, listen to some music, um, dress up, look cute, put some makeup on. So a lot of times people feel like these things are superficial or they're silly, but sometimes people have to do them because they're so hyper aware of the other side. They have to combat it with the mundane, regular things, or else the other stuff will literally, you know, be the whole focus of your day. And sometimes it's hard to realize that your whole day can't just be all spirituality. It has to be something else. Yeah, people call it grounding, but I prefer the term hyper aware of other things. So, like, uh, and a lot of people will put so much energy and effort into grounding yourself when you can actually put it into something else to benefit yourself on another side. And this kind of what the next book I'm writing is about: how to take, being hyper aware of things, and instead of saying grounding yourself or calming yourself down, how to focus that same type of awareness and energy to something else so that it's beneficial to you some type of way. Um, because I think grounding is important, but why not take it to the next level and benefit from it? Hmm. You got to get siren red. Yes, that's like the best color. That's like the best seller. Um, you silence them with your powerful magic. I'm so lucky I never had enemies. Mm. But I'm glad for you. Hmm. And that's another thing that I really think about. Like, a lot of people think that they have enemies. And I think we see it in the wrong way. I think there are no, I don't think there's a such thing as enemies. Sorry. I think that people are there because you're hyper aware. Is that wrong? Um, I think we attract people, or we are aware of people. And when you become aware of certain people and what their job is or their role is in your life, um, I would never consider anyone an enemy. I would only consider them someone in my path that is there for a reason to only benefit me, period. You know. So that's how you look at people. You don't look at them as enemies. You look at them as people that are there to make you better, you know. Confused admirers, that's all that they are. Exactly, Sierra Mist. And that's why I don't consider them enemies, because I don't really feel people have enemies. I really do feel like they do have confused admirers. Like you say, that's a very good way to look at it. They're like, huh? And I feel like a lot of people who, feel like someone is their enemy, they're not aware enough. And I know that's kind of mean to say, but I think as you become older or just take a little bit more time, when you become very aware of why a certain person was in your life, you can't even hate them. You can't even feel bad, like bad at them. You're just like, oh, well, if they weren't there, then I wouldn't have learned this. I wouldn't have gotten to experience this. I wouldn't have met this person. I wouldn't have had this experience. And I would not trade any of those things for anything. So that person that you deem your enemy could have actually been a lot of the pathways that the best things in your life may have come through, you know, or the most valuable things that you've learned, or an idea that got you a lot of money, you know, came through. So like if we get mad at an enemy, we kind of dismiss of all the good things that came from even just them being in your path. So I feel like they're not an enemy. They're just confused admirers, or a friendship or a relationship, that was taken to a level that it was not supposed to be taken to. So that's how I like to look at stuff instead of negative. You say you thankful for the ex? Well, I think a lot of people are thankful for. anything or anyone in their life that has made them a better person, whether it was them making themselves a better person or the lessons that they learned or whatever. He was the last straw. Well, I'm glad. What is my favorite horror movie? I don't have a favorite horror movie. I like most horror movies, unless they're corny and cheesy. Then they're more comedy instead of horror. But I grew up watching horror movies. I grew up watching horror movies, and so no horror movie is even scary to me. They're just regular entertainment to me. So, and it's so funny. Sometimes people tell me that they can't watch horror because it's too scary, and I think it's the funniest thing that people can't watch horror. Um, most horror movies are metaphor, and so I'm so busy trying to decode the metaphors in the horror movies that they're no longer scary to me. I was trying to watch one yesterday called Smile. Y'all remember um, that freaky preview where people just sitting there smiling like this? I watched Smile. Well, some of it. I didn't watch the whole thing, but basically, it was just psychological impacts on people who couldn't, get past a certain thing in their life that happened. I mean, how scary is that? Who says you grew up? Horror movies were like the norm to me. I used to go to sleep watching weird stuff as in elementary school. Had a TV in my room. And would fall asleep watching like Twilight Zone, Alfred Hitchcock, all that kind of stuff. So, would watch The Exorcist when I was like 2 or 3 years old. Cujo, all the rated R horror movies I had watched before I was in kindergarten. And, from the 80s and the 70s. And I grew up to become a mortician. So nothing really scares me in the genre of horror. Mhm. You said your car was shot up? Were they my friends or your enemies? Perhaps the environment was the problem. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I wouldn't say anybody was your enemy. I would just say your car was in the wrong place. But I also say you got insurance. I don't know, do that cover bullet holes? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Does insurance cover bullet holes on a car? I don't know. You say you always laugh at paranormal activity movies. Okay. And I have experienced so much, paranormal experiences that it's normal now. So it's like I welcome like because it's normal to me. It's like no big deal. Okay. You said The Exorcist is scary. I used to be a little bit scared of that movie when I was young, but now it's like funny. I just laugh at it. Mhm. And a lot of the horror movies that they come out with, like the it wasn't a horror movie. It was kind of like a sci-fi movie. Nope. Have y'all seen Nope by Jordan Peele? That movie was very interesting. Jordan Peele, he's so like to me, he's like a genius because like I think I kind of relate because he's a Pisces too, and I get you know his movies very well. Y'all have to see Nope. And tell me what y'all think. It's free now. Hmm. You said you seen it, but you didn't like it. Why not? That movie was like too like. If you're hyper aware, that movie was good. Because you saw like if you're I read a lot, and so if you took notice, I don't want to give any spoilers, but if you took notice of the shape that certain things were, maybe towards the end, it will make a lot of sense. Okay. You said free on Peacock. Yes, it's free on Peacock, y'all. Go watch it. um he redid the Twilight Zone series. Cool. Hmm. Okay. Well, watched. Nope. It's interesting. I'll just say it's interesting. It's not really scary. It's more interesting. It's action packed though. Okay. You said the monkey threw you off. I'll just if for those who have watched it, I will tell you that the subliminal meaning behind it is human evolution and the evolution of the earth and all the creatures on all the planes, on through all the veils. It's kind of like maybe I'll explain it later once y'all have a chance to really watch it. But to me, it's about the evolution of the planet and the consciousness of animals, people, and uh, pre-human and different types of beings that exist or have existed or still do exist, but not in our visual, but more like in our awareness if you are hyper aware. But you might just see something totally different and it could just be a sci-fi mundane film to you. But I see like way more than that. If you want a book to read, um, The Secret History of the World by Mark Booth kind of describes a lot of how the earth and the species on the earth and the consciousness on the earth evolved into what it is today. So you said you want to Google it, right? Yeah. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I saw two lion looking animals last night. Really? Where? In your vision? Okay. See, a lot of people are very hyper aware. And when humans, I will say, got into the state that they are now, they a lot of their awareness was blocked or veiled because if you were to experience too many dimensions, I'll say, or levels at once, you wouldn't be able to concentrate on one or the other because it would be too distracting. And so a lot of people that are labeled, with certain mental illnesses are not really mentally ill. They're just hyper aware and they are able to tap into what most people have evolved to block out. You know what I'm saying? And so there is a way to be able to tap in without, being stuck in a certain place without being able to, concentrate or focus on something else. I think it's just how your psychic abilities develop and, your awareness. So, for example, some people hear stuff, some people see stuff, some people use their intuition, some people are just very aware. So they call it clairvoyant, clairaudient, and all this kind of stuff. Um, But if you had clear everything at the same time, then you would be like you would be overstimulated, right? And so a lot of people are clear everything and they're overstimulated. And so a lot of them just are just labeled something in the mental illness department or learning disability, but it's not. It's just someone that's very hyper aware. Oh, pretty pancake, sprinkle, sprinkle. Got Mark Booth on Audible narrator. It's good. Thanks for recommending. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you, girl. I think you'll enjoy it. I'm still reading and taking notes on that book because I really want to absorb it all. Mhm. Um, it's called The Secret History of the World by Mark. It's probably my Amazon recommended spiritual um, section. All the books that I recommend. Let me see. Let me see if I can find y'all a link of my spiritual Amazon links. Mm. Okay, so I'm just going to give y'all the spiritual Amazon link to all the stuff that I like on Amazon, including that book should be in there. All right. If it's not in there, it's somewhere on my Amazon affiliate stores. Do you think pheromone perfume works? I mean, anything works if you believe it works. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially pheromone perfume. I feel like some people feel like it works, but other things work too. Because, like, as we already have pheromones naturally, so we already naturally have pheromones, right? So, I mean, you got them already. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Oh, thank you, Marcel, sister. Marcel's sister. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You like horror movies too? I found this new series on, I think it's Netflix, and it's called Haunted or something. And it's about, I don't know if this is true, but it says based on true stories. And it's like real life people telling their paranormal experiences. And then they have the reenactment, and it's like modern, not like those old school ones from the old days, but like the modern telling of it. And some of them are like really freaky, and some of them are just bad experiences, like cults and churches that turned into cults and sent people to gay aversion therapy, torture. It was like, and then they had like people that lived in a house where a serial killer lived who tortured their victims, and people mysteriously just got. It's called Haunted, and that's on Netflix. But it's interesting to see other people's experience and how they explain it and what they experienced. The scariest paranormal experience I've ever had. I wouldn't call any of them scary because I've never been scared. Um, I was surprised, maybe like of seeing something, but I was never really scared. I feel like when I was probably really young and I used to see things like little shadows or like tall figures and stuff like that, I was probably more like freaked out. But I was always interested in researching it, never really scared. Uh, I just couldn't wait to have another one. I just couldn't wait to have another paranormal experience because it was interesting to me. Look, I got whole paranormal journals. I got I got ghost hunting sets. I've written books. I've got, all that kind of stuff. It's fun for me. You said read the Bible? We was forced to read that as a child. I already read that. Okay. So lots of paranormal things in the Bible. My favorite book in there was Revelations because it was like horror movie style. Okay. The spirits of this world are trapped in purgatory. They don't know where to go. They're running around here in circles, being dummies like they were doing in their lives. I don't know if it's they're. I don't know if they're still in purgatory. Like, and I don't know what parts of the world, like what I've experienced. Like, you could like literally, you know how we have all these layers on the earth, above the earth, like the ionosphere, the ozone, and all this kind of stuff. A lot of that can be removed now with the technology that we have to let out old energy. Okay, and I've actually seen these, these holes being formed or created with, I don't know what they used. Maybe they did it while I was asleep or used a plane or some type of laser or whatnot, whatever they do. But they're actually create holes to allow energies to leave the earth. And I've seen them in the last 5 to 6 years. They've been doing that. That's why a lot of the weather is now spray weather, because along with some of those energies went a lot of the atmosphere. And that's why you see a lot of spray weather now. So maybe if they are closed again, there could be new energies trapped, as cool as you want to call it, in purgatory. But a lot of them old energies that were trapped are gone. Um, and it was really interesting. I took a lot of photos of this stuff, and I think I have a video on it about something's in the sky or whatever. I don't know. It's on this channel, but I did take a lot of photos of it. So I'll try to find the video and post it if I can. But I believe it was 2017 or 2018 that I had the photos. So it could be one of those years that the video's in. I still have the pictures on my phone too. All right. Do bugs go crunch when you step on them? If I'm listening for it, I try not to step on bugs unless they're ants in my path and I can't avoid them. Hmm. Spells to make you a savage woman. Just be one. You ain't need no spell, baby. Just be brave. That's all you got to do. Do what you want, and there's no spell necessary. Just do what you want. Stop caring and do what you want. There you go. That's the spell. You're still trying to see what decide if you're saying what's true or not. It's true if it's true to you and you see it. If other people don't see it, it's not meant for them. I'll say that again. If only you're seeing it and you don't know whether to believe it or not. First of all, assess whether the information or whatever you're seeing is it beneficial. Number one, can it bring you some money? Is it going to make your life better? If so, embrace it. If not, dismiss it. Just as easy as like that. It doesn't matter if it's real or not. Is it beneficial to you? Can you use it? Can you get paid? Can you make some money? Can you make life better? If not, then ignore or dismiss. It doesn't make it real or not real or true or false. It just makes it unuseful. Okay. So I think Nikola Tesla also had this type of vision or ability to see, and he used it and he focused it in on technology and building. So focus whatever you're focused on is what you're going to start attracting the knowledge that you're going to start attracting whatever you're focused on. So focus on something that you want and that is beneficial. And you don't have to get random stuff or stuff you don't want or stuff that's not useful. And when I was walking through the park today, I was thinking, okay, the leaves were falling off the tree. Pine cones were falling off the tree. The trees also represent something like cosmic, and the leaves are like the stars, and the branches are like going out into the sky, and when the leaves fall, it's like the falling stars. Pine cones of knowledge are falling, leaves of knowledge, bits and pieces of information are falling to us, just like it comes from the universe and from the stars and from the energies and from everything, and gives us these ideas. And just like a tree can drop a leaf, so can the universe drop something useful to you. It just depends on whatever you're thinking about, if it will make sense and be beneficial for you at that time. So, for example, you're sad and lonely walking around in a park, and a leaf falls, and oh, woe is me, the fall, the dying of the leaves, oh, this and this and that. Or if you're an optimistic person and you're thinking about something else, you go, oh, transmutation, transformation, cycle, everything is what it is. You know, the tree is dropping its leaf to be reborn and reinvent itself. And, your mind can go so many different directions depending on what you're thinking. So think the thoughts that you want to expand upon, and that's what you're going to receive. Those are the visions that you're going to start getting. Okay. You said the universe is constantly whispering to you. Exactly. And if if the universe is whispering to you and having a conversation with you, it's going to talk about what it is you're thinking about or what you're interested in. So make sure your thoughts are on what you want to create. Hmm. Hmm. Lizzie, you woke up one night and the moon was whispering to you in a female voice. What does nose bleeding mean to you spiritually? On Stranger Things, when Eleven would do her little magical powers and stuff, her nose would bleed. I think it means that she was using, or certain parts of her brain were being, like on the show anyway, certain parts of her brain were being used that most humans don't use at this time on the planet. And I think the reason why it bled is because, in my opinion, the density of the earth and the environment and the climate that we live in are not mm, are not what it should be in order to use those parts of the brain properly. And so when they are activated and used, the pressure and the gravity of the earth and what it is right now, it affects it. So yeah, that's why I think you might have been using parts of your brain that at this time on the planet are not heavily used by many people. And so the gravity and the gravitational, pull of the earth and all that kind of stuff, and the blah 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 is not suitable for that type of brain use at this time, I guess. In layman's terms. So it's kind of like, if at one point the gravity used to be different on the earth and people could literally fly or leap, we tried to do that today, we would feel too tired. We wouldn't get up too high. Our feet would hurt when they hit the ground. It's kind of like that. hmm What are my thoughts on flat Earth and hollow Earth theory? I think that they are more metaphor and spiritual. Now that really think about it, I think that they are more metaphor and spiritual shields when people talk about the earth, because sometimes the people that are hyper aware, the earth is code or metaphor for something else. It's not We're not literally talking about the planet sometimes when people are using the word earth. Sometimes the earth could be you as an individual. Sometimes the earth could be another person. And when people say the earth is round, which what does that mean? That means something can also surround it if it is round. If it is a 3D shape, that means something can enclose upon it and trap it, right? But if something is flat, you can't really go around something flat. And if it wants to go up and push whatever it is up off top of it, or if it wants to move to the side, or if it wants to move to the side, or if you try to trap it, and you believe Earth is round, you can't really trap it unless half of your sphere is going underground, aka going to quote unquote hell. So a lot of people choose to believe in flat Earth theory as a form of spiritual protection, if that makes sense. A lot of people see themselves as the Earth. Um, but like my book, How to Manifest with Magic and Dark Cosmic Energy. If you become dark cosmic energy, you ain't got to worry about nothing. You ain't got to worry about being surrounded because you are what surrounds. So instead of worrying about being encompassed or enclosed in flat earth or round earth, just become this. There you go. And you don't have to worry about it. A lot of people are talking code. And so when they say, "Oh, I'm a flat," I believe in flat Earth because they're paranoid, they're hyper aware. They feel like, if they're like the Earth, they can be surrounded. The Earth goes through transitions. The Earth, is not going to be here forever. Da, 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 da. The Earth has a time, a creation, and a destruction. Right? I'm beyond the Earth. And so I think when we get to that level of mentality or awareness, becoming the dark cosmic energy, you know, then we don't have to worry about anything. But so many people aren't on that level yet. They're still learning, or whatever they fear, or their insecurities, or their fears, and their hyper awarenesses, are allowing them to feel like, oh, if Earth is round, and if I'm the Earth, and then I could be trapped, and I don't want to be trapped, and I don't want anything, on top above me. I don't want any, blah, 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 satellites and all this stupid crap. Just become the darkness and the dark cosmic energy. You don't have to worry about all that. So whether you believe in flat Earth, round Earth, if you're looking at it physically and literally, it doesn't make sense physically. It doesn't make sense literally. It only makes sense metaphorically. So if you're going to look at something, look at it metaphorically first to see if it makes sense. And then you won't really have to waste your time seeing if it makes sense physically or scientifically. Take the metaphor, because usually that's what it is. If so many people are debating on something, it's usually a metaphor and a hidden code. No one's dumb enough to sit here and debate on if Earth is flat or round if it's not literally about a metaphor or some type of spiritual uh, chess game. hmm If you really think about it, there's no flat, round. Everything is multi-dimensional. Everything is everything, like Lauren Hill said. Period. Okay. There's none of that. It's all of that at the same time. And that's why we have to separate the dimensions and veil the certain levels of consciousness, just like we have to pull apart 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D, and 5D. Because if they were all together, we'd just be this. And so, since I'm already looking from this perspective, nothing bothers me because I know it's all metaphor. It's kind of like playing that little game when you're a kid. Um, you know, when you say uh, times two, you say times 20, times infinity, infinity plus infinity, dark cosmic energy. Done. Period. Over. So it's kind of like that. You say you never heard of that game, Pork Rounds. I'm sorry. You missed out. Have you heard of Ray Higgins, the spiritual leader at the African Village and Cultural Center? He believes a lot of things in the Bible is a lie. I agree with him. I think a lot of things in the Bible are literally metaphor. I wouldn't say, like, if you're trying to use the Bible as a source of truth, yes, you're going to find a lot of misinformation because it's a metaphor. It's philosophy. It's a metaphor. It's not to be taken literally. A lot of it is just lining up with cosmic events. So I wouldn't take any of it as truth literally. I would only take it as philosophy, metaphor, and things like that. I would only use it in a literal sense if I'm talking to a person that believes it literally. So just like anything, you can use certain dimensions of what people believe something is. So, for example, I don't believe the Bible is true. I believe it's all metaphor and code. But if someone next to me believes it's true, word for word, and I can use their belief in that truth to get what I want, why not do it? That's what the church do. But if I can also help them decode it and try to explain to them that it's not 100% true, it's more metaphor, and they choose to believe me and see through, you know, all of that and learn what it really means, then I'm also helping them. But if I need to use it in my defense to someone who's not on the same level to understand the Bible metaphorically, then I'm going to use it on a physical level or a mundane level because I can use that information and that knowledge on different dimensions and levels as well. So I can take one verse from a book or a Bible or a holy book and accomplish three different things with it: physically, spiritually, and mentally. Okay. And that's exactly what it's for, to be used on all those levels. And if you know all those levels and you can decipher all those levels, then use it to your advantage. Magic is pronounced magi. And here's a creation spells for you all. Oh, okay. Good for you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. What do you think about Islam? I don't think about Islam. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Um, I'm like, I think this, baby. This is like above everything. This is surrounding everything. This is everything. So your higher consciousness doesn't really have room for religion. It's like a pyramid, you know. The higher you get, the less you have room for nonsense or things that aren't beneficial to you unless you make them beneficial for you. Like on a pyramid, you have all these bricks, right? And the lowest level has the biggest and largest foundation. And it has a lot of explanation. You can use that to build your next level, which is smaller and smaller and smaller until you get to the top. When you get to the top, all that stuff beneath you, you've already learned and said, okay, well, this is my truth. This one truth or this small level of truth is my truth. And everything that I've learned, you know, I've I've grown past and seen, more. And so a lot of times people religion is that base level. And so and if I say um, you know, I believe 100% in some type of religion, I'm still at the base level of something. And I believe I'm way on a different plane than that right now. Star Ruby Sprinkle Sprinkle. He said, I self, law, and master. Okay. Whatever you need it to mean, that's exactly what it should mean to you. Exactly. He said, Psalms 82, you are gods and children of the Most High. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Well, it tells you all throughout the religious books, but a lot of people want to cling on to old beliefs that they're helpless. So I don't know. Some people say we shouldn't call on archangels because we don't have the authority. Have you heard of this? If you understand the story of Noah, the only person who's able to command the angels are humans. The only species that the angels ever bowed to were humans, according to the legend in the story. And if that's what you do, mm. You say, "Yeah, I'll get the book." Exactly, y'all get the book. Here we go. That's my book. All right. Oh, actually, that's not my book. That's my Amazon store. My book should be on there, but I'll leave my book too. It's not my store, but it's just items that I recommend. I wish it was my store. Okay, here's my book. But honestly, like whatever you believe, that's what you're gonna go by, and that's what you're gonna make decisions based on. What you're gonna vibrate as. That's what you're gonna believe. So make your own beliefs if they're more beneficial to you. That's how I feel. Like, first of all, y'all know me. I'm a little out there. I'm a little out there. If someone's giving me information, this is what I always say. I always say this. Unless they're a child, an innocent, sweet, innocent child, I'm really gonna double check whatever you tell me, especially if whatever it is you're telling me is non-beneficial to me. This is just what a lot of people do. They don't accept things that they're told unless it's beneficial. And a lot of times people will hear something and then start making decisions based on it, even if it's not beneficial. So I say, stop doing that. A lot of spiritual people are guilty of that. They hear something and stop doing it, or they start doing something and they don't even realize that sometimes when you do stuff, it's not even beneficial to you. Or when you take advice that's not even beneficial to you. Mhm. You said evilness is needed in the carnal world. Yes. Well, the book I was reading, The Secret History of the World, as the earth evolved and got, harder and more dense, a lot of things began to die faster. A lot of things were put into survival mode, and people, animals, plants, uh, the introduction of poisonous plants, you know, predator versus prey, things like that were introduced as the earth got harder and less wet, moist, and less dense. Um, as things and materials became more material and physical rather than like in between physical matter and spiritual matter. As things got hard and touchable and tangible and vibrated in a more dense way, um, evil or the consciousness of evil, you know, it's them or me. It's, kill or be killed. It's steal or starve, you know. So a lot of that came from, you know, they call it the fallen, humanity fell, the angels fell. It became more dense. So a lot of that came from everything becoming more digital. Not digital, but materialistic, tangible, hard, vibrating at a speed where something is solid. Because, like, you know how, like, ghosts and spirits and angels and all this kind of stuff and gods and visions, they can appear, be solid, and then, disappear into thin air, into the plasma or whatever. It's kind of like that. Or when, like, you start to experience paranormal stuff and your lights start flickering or candles starts flickering, it's getting energy from that. So, we live in an environment that allows certain beings to come in and to go. But at one time, the environment was such that beings could walk among quote unquote spiritual beings at the same time. But now, you know how they say, oh, global warming, the earth is getting hotter instead of cooler. Um, the ice caps are melting. Things are kind of going back into a different direction now. The earth is becoming more warm and moist again. That's why more people are experiencing certain things. Okay. Thank you, Sprinkle Sprinkle. hmm And okay, so let me get on Kanye for a second because, like, a lot of the things that he's trying to do also has something to do with this, like how he's trying to bring down the value of certain companies and implement like $20, shoes or clothing items that are quote unquote name brand. How he's trying to build these domes and these sustainable cities and what he calls opportunity systems or opportunity places. Um, he's talking about focusing more on humanity than material or technology because the human being is the ultimate technology and that a human being has never created anything better than himself or themselves because it is the ultimate technology. And um, I think what he's really trying to say is that um, the more corrupt and the more greedy and the more, I don't even know what to call it, quote unquote evil that occurs, the less people are going to be able to concentrate on what's important to sustain life. Because um, if a species is too busy trying to hurt one another, they don't really appreciate life and whatever the things around them they already have. That's kind of why I wrote this other book too, like how to enjoy the life that you already have, making the best of your life, leveling up to your best life, creating a life of comfort and luxury. And this is on any budget and whatever with whatever you have at the time, and also how to enjoy and appreciate and have gratitude. This is a lot of this is a lot of it because we're at the point now where we have so much material, so much technology, so much everything that now it just becomes a game instead of what is needed. I will repeat that. A lot of people compete for gain, not for survival, and they compete for greed and game. And who can outsmart or out clever the next person, right? We already know this. This is what games are. Kanye is basically like, I'm tired of playing the game, and I'm gonna play the game one more time, and I'm gonna beat y'all, and then I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. So basically, when they removed him from all his contracts, they literally freed him from the game, and so now he can go and create whatever he wants without being, trapped or in fear of whatever. Which book? This one? There you go. I think I have a review on that book. Just look up the review on the video and the videos on my channel. Why do I resonate with Kanye? Because he's a visionary, literally. He can see so much and he knows exactly what is going on and what's happening and what needs to be done. It's just that because of who he is and how, the career path he chose, that people don't take him seriously. But just because you look a certain way or you do a certain thing for a living doesn't mean that your ideas are not valid and have uh, some substantial value and worth, because he does. And I think a lot of people make the mistake of looking down upon people and not literally considering them a genius just because they can rhyme words. But if you knew how to decode those rhymes, you would literally see the genius. Um, and a lot of times, geniuses and people that are very much visionaries, they don't get the credit that they are deserved in their own time. They get it later on when everybody say, "Oh, that's what he was trying to do." They get it later. It's like the punchline you don't get until it's too late. Then you laughing by yourself. So, you just have to be able to see what he's trying to accomplish. And a lot of people are looking at the negative of it. The negative of it is that in this day and age, you have to literally offend people to get out of binding contracts that are unfair. If you want to free yourself, survival of the fittest. If you want to free yourself, you got to do what it takes. Sometimes um, that's what it took, and that wasn't that bad, believe me. It wasn't as bad as most people are making it out to be. If words, if a few words can free you from a contract that's supposed to last until 2030, using all of your, you know, ideas and things like that, and you not getting paid what you want to get paid from it, I think it's very much worth it. And I wouldn't be mad if somebody said something bad about, black people like Donald Trump. I wouldn't be mad at anybody for saying anything if it was going to free them of the shackles that was put on them. I don't care. Free yourself. Say what you got to say and free yourself. Freedom of speech and freedom of yourself. It's not going to offend me because you're not personally talking to me as an individual. So I don't care. And I still wouldn't care because I don't take anything personal. I think that's the level of understanding we have to get to. If every little thing hurts us in speech, how weak are we as people? Why do we deserve to get to the next level mentally or technologically if some words hurt us? You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, they said this bad thing. Okay, do you need a week off? Do you need to go cry somewhere in a corner? Are you okay? Do you need to take some mental health days off? Like, I don't care. Look, say what you said. It didn't bother me. It didn't take no money from my pockets. So that's how we have to think about it. Who cares? If it's for your own freedom, then say what you have to say. Hmm. You said even when he looks unstable at sometimes you have to look unstable so people don't target you. You know, oh, don't worry about Kanye. He just crazy. He mentally ill. Don't bother him, baby. Don't bother him. He don't know what he doing. Meanwhile, okay, he wants you to underestimate him. That's the beauty of it. Underestimate people, and then you might be surprised. Hmm. They say he's crazy, but not that he's a liar. It's so easy to label people crazy if you can't understand what they understand. If somebody had taken calculus and written it out and handed it to an elementary school student, that elementary school student would call them crazy too. What you doing right now? These letters and symbols and shapes around here. This is not how you do math. You crazy. So you know what I'm saying? People can label you when they don't understand you. And that's good, you know. That way they can't see your next move. They can't see where you're coming from if you crazy. Stay cray. Hmm. And what is the universe and what is cosmos? Does the cosmos make perfect sense all the time? Are there things that are unexplainable? Are there things that can't be explained or that can't be really labeled or that make sense? Yes, there are. So why not have people the same way? Okay. Why not have people the same way? As long as it makes sense to them and their plan is implemented and it's beneficial to them and other people, that's all that matters. Okay. Sometimes we don't always have to understand what's going on. We just have to see how it benefits us and others and and things like that. It don't have to make sense to us at that time. It may make sense later. And also, I think he's realizing that he can actually make more money if he sells his stuff cheaper because more people will buy it. Makes sense, right? I mean, think about this. Amazon sells billions of products every day, and nobody is spending a lot of money on one particular single item, but they're buying items after item after item after item and making lots of money on items that are not priced super high. So if one person were to buy one pair of shoes for like $800, you're only making $800 ever so often. Maybe that you might sell 20 pair of shoes a day out of one store. But if you were to sell the shoes for cheaper, you might sell 200 pair of shoes, or they might sell completely out, or you might sell more shoes with a back order and have a higher demand for your next pair that you put out on the market. And there is a fine line between cheap and high quality at a reasonable price. So, for example, there are brands that are considered high quality, but everyone can afford them, like everyday brands, like Polo, like like the middle the middle class brands, the brands that you shop for and wear to school when you were a teenager, you know, or the middle class brands that are at the mall, the Gap, Polo, Nautica, Calvin Klein, you know, all those middle brand name brands are still making a lot of money, but everyone can afford them. And if they can't afford them brand new, they can buy them secondhand or thrifted. And they can still resell them for a good amount and make money off of them. So I think that's the kind of category that, sustainable made in America clothing or shoes that he's trying to go for. Okay. Yes, more books are coming soon. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I gotta get to writing. Ha ha ha. Mhm. What is Kim's role in the agenda supporting the B brands that Ye left? Think it's just money or something more? Um, Well, if you know the history of Balenciaga, you'll under like you got to know fashion too. Like the history of Balenciaga, like they took they took a fashion house from nothing and built it up so high, and it's one of the top fashion houses that um, stayed at a certain level throughout all the years, like hundreds of years, right? Or 100 years or more. And the ability to bring it down really quick with a negative influence is a way to show or to like Kanye said he was humbled, right? But in order to bring a name brand down, um, if you support it, if you buy it, if you put your name on it, if your ex-wife, your baby mama is wearing it everywhere, and things like that, it's going to become what they call very common. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you, Daisy. Just want to say thank you. Your content got me through really hard times. Oh, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle. When you overdo something, let's just say when it becomes ratchet, the value decreases. When a brand becomes overly done or when it becomes ratchet, the value decreases. And this is why a lot of those companies are trying to hook up with celebrities and get the celebrity endorsement because their their brand is plummeting without them. You know what I'm saying? So for example, if you have Gucci, somebody saying Gucci, right? Everybody mama and everyone's rapper and their mama be wearing Gucci, right? It's still priced high, but not super high. It's accessible to people. They make Scoochie now, fake Gucci. Anybody can wear Gucci, right? You can get it used, fake, from China, wherever, right? Um, and it's so overly done. People can walk down the street in a whole Gucci jogging set, slides, hat, slippers, and you won't care if it's fake or not. It's just the look that you're going for. And so Gucci don't care. And they don't care if you buy the knockoff outfit. As long as you buy the keychain or the wallet, that's how they make their money. Or, they're not depending on people to buy everything up except the rich. They're depending on the poor people to go in droves and buy a Gucci belt. Not a Gucci outfit, but a Gucci belt. Or a Gucci purse, but not a whole Gucci wardrobe. That's for the rich people. So as long as you go in droves to have a piece of it, that's how they make their money. And so if you take down a whole brand by affiliating a negative person with it, then it kind of decreases the value a little bit. Like people aren't going to be wearing it who used to wear it if certain people are promoting it. Yeah. You said Ratchet is commercial. Yeah. It's becoming too common and easy and easily accessible to people. So the brand goes down. You said that's why you don't like Gucci no more. It became ratchet. Yeah. Like I know exactly how you feel. Like I live in a small town, like little bougie suburb area. Nobody wears Gucci over here. Barely. You don't see Gucci nowhere over here. It is considered ratchet on this side of town. um, it just is. But you go into Houston, you go into the city, you're gonna see more of it. Okay. You said bring back the conspiracy. This is the conspiracy. The conspiracy is a lot of people are being fooled, and a lot of the stuff that they use to make all these products cost the exact same as it costs to make the fake one. Okay. If their kids eat, that's eight. Either way, you find it right. You good. So basically, the conspiracy is people don't like you speaking your truth. People don't like you doing what you want. They want to control the narrative with people. Like they want to control what you even believe. Like there was a time where people got their videos taken down because they believed in a certain conspiracy and they started to make videos that had evidence and proof about it, right? And so, when you want to control the narrative so much and, there's proof and all this kind of stuff that you can find, even if there's proof right in front of your eyes, if they don't like what you've discovered or they don't like you spreading that information, they're going to find a way to kind of like make you uh, not be able to spread it, you know. And so I think Kanye was tired, or Ye was tired of them being shut down and told not to say this, or that, or that we're going to take it from here. You're just the talent, or you're just the this part of it. You're not the business. You're just this part of it. I think people are tired of being shut down or dismissed or silenced. And when you can no longer do that to people, you got to be careful, how you treated them in the past, because once they're free, you don't know what they're going to do. Okay. That's the conspiracy. Once someone is free, you don't know what they're going to do. You don't know what they're going to say. And you don't know who's going to believe them, or who's going to side with them, and who feels the same way. He said people are tired of censorship. Exactly. Censorship is for people who like. I believe that censorship is more for people who are sensitive, or people who are like. I think humanity has gotten to a certain intelligence where whoever is trying to fool certain people are not doing a good job at it anymore. So it's like a lot of people were underestimated. Their intelligence was underestimated, and that's what they're really mad about. That's it. Um, this Kanye pay me to speak on his behalf? You never know. He might. He said, "Power to the people." Yeah. You know why I speak on Kanye's behalf? Because I learned a lot from him. I learned a lot. I learned a lot from him. Period. I will speak on people's behalf that I actually gain and benefit something out of. I learned a lot from his knowledge, his lyrics, how he transmutes things, his fearlessness. I learned a lot from him. So that is my payment, babe. You said you genuinely thought I knew him low key. No. You said, do I have a huge what? I hope that meant to say brush or crush. No. I don't he's too young for me, baby. Y'all know I like them old and with that AARP sprinkle sprinkle. Um, you said you learned from Trump and fired your tax man, sprinkle sprinkle. You know I like them old with that AARP girl. Um, y'all are silly. But I do learn from him. He's very intelligent. All right. Okay. Oh, I thought you said brush or crush. Or I don't know. Y'all need to learn how to spell or type. Or y'all might be texting in the dark. I don't know. You say you stand with Kanye. Well, any rebel at that. I don't think Kanye is a rebel. Like, if you in these days to tell your truth, if that's being a rebel, then that's not, to me. That's not even a rebel. That's just telling your truth. When somebody told you to shut up, you still talking. Is that a rebel or is that just you? Like, that's just me. I'm do what I want. AARP insurance. So I'm gonna be your ringtone, sprinkle, sprinkle. You better send me a cash app every time it rings for my royalty. Every time your phone rings, send me $1. All right, all right. Block this strong woman. Why? Why her name Strong Woman? Anyway, y'all know Strong Woman is in disguise as a weak man. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Oh, it said Kanye. No, said Kanye can't say what he want. They just said if you say X, Y, or Z, we cutting ties with you. That's all. Okay. Well, say X, Y, and Z if you want them ties cut. Exactly. Smart. Now let's have a what? I know somebody bored. Anyway, well, if you tell me not to do something, that's the first thing I'm gonna go run and do. You know, don't tell no bad kid something, because that's what they're gonna first run to go do. They're gonna, you know, mm-hmm. That's what you gonna do. So anyway, yeah, I never really took whatever he said personally or as as a negative thing. I just saw he was trying to get out of some contracts. That's all that I saw. And when like that's what I'm talking about. Like when you can see what someone is literally doing versus what everybody is witnessing, or if you can see their truth and what they're reacting to versus what your perspective is and what you're feeling. I feel like that's a way to view things if you're not understanding why things are being done. Switch positions. If you are in a contract that you didn't want to be in, what would you do? The same thing and free yourself. So sometimes we got to look at other people's perspective to see why they're doing something. And I see exactly why he was doing whatever he did to get free. Um, you said that's the DEFCON 3 reference, doing something because you think you didn't have another choice. Exactly. If you don't have a choice, you got to use what you got. hmm And I'm just using him as an example because everybody kind of knows what's going on with him. If this could be explained another way, then I would be explaining it. But since everybody's kind of caught up on what's going on, I'm just using this to show you that people are going to do what they got to do to be free. and take their voice back, you know. Others are going to start doing the same thing in the future, and you're going to see a lot of, like, for example, what Kanye did. What if another person in a bad contract gets up and do the same thing? Do you think all these companies are going to let millions and billions of dollars go because somebody tweeted something that they didn't agree with? No, they're not. And so freedom of speech is going to take a new turn, or they're going to have to write better contracts. Either way, they ain't going to like. Either way, people are going to get treated with more respect. I'll say that. Hmm. And so, if this was anybody else, I would be saying the same thing. I don't care. But he's the one that did it, so that's why we got to say his name. All right. Mhm. He said, no one is stopping you from walking up to your boss saying, if you just know they might be consequences for saying it. That's why you got to get some dirt on them first. I have some pictures. Okay, before you can go do that, baby. Sprinkle, sprinkle pork rinds. Um, I've quit and told bosses where they can shut it. I don't care. Shoot, I'll go get another job. Jobs is just like people can go get that quick and easy, or you make your own money. Um, that's one thing I really could never do is I could never really work for people because my mouth too smart. Hmm. Do I think there's more power in being positive or neutral? I think there's more power in being whatever you want to be when you need to be it. Hmm. I think there's more power in being a shapeshifter and being what you need to be when you need to be it. Hmm. Like sometimes people are looking for an answer when everything is the answer. So when someone says, "Okay, give you a choice," that means you don't have a choice. If you can't make your own, when they say, "Is this A or B?" You make up a C, and that's what you choose. That's what you got to do in this type of world. In this world, if someone gives you a choice, this one or that one, then you make a suggestion of what you want and see if it's possible. It's called negotiating. Not foolishly optimistic, but not overly pessimistic. Do what you got to do when you need to do it. There's, I feel like if you're always one certain way, if you can't see the other perspective and use it and still win, you're doing it wrong. It's like being a lawyer. If you can't take either side of the case and win, you're a bad lawyer. It's not about this or that. It's about your energy and your power that you're bringing to it, your awareness, whether it's going to work or not. It's kind of like what that movie, The Devil's Advocate, was about. He was such a good attorney that he could win on any side, even if he didn't morally agree with whatever he was, defending. He could still win on either side. And they equated that with being the son of the devil, which means he had the knowledge of good and evil, and he could win either way. And it was literally up to him to choose a side. And even when he got sucked back into it and everything rewound, he still ended up falling for another, trap, which was vanity. So either way, as long as you're good at winning on either side, you can't lose. Hmm. You say you love that movie? Hmm. And that's interesting because the book that I'm reading, again, Secret History of the World, Mark Booth, it says at one point nature and morality, the law of nature and the law of morality became very separate. So, like if you're an animal out in nature, you have instinct, you have a morality law, you know, certain things guide you morally in the animal world and in instinct than a human, than what drives a human. So, a human can choose their own morals, you know, but there's like an unspoken morality in certain animal, kingdoms and all that kind of stuff. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Haven't really watched it, but seems real. Okay. Either way, you gonna fly. Okay. Um, you said it's not morality, that is karma. And see, some people don't believe in karma. They believe in their own co-creation. And so, like I said, it depends on what you believe that shapes your world. If you believe in karma, that's going to shape your reality. If you believe in something else, that's going to shape your reality. If you transmute certain things, that's going to shape your reality. So, if you live, if you choose to live in a way that helps you stay balanced by making certain decisions based on karma, then that is how you choose to live. If you don't live that way and you see life in a totally different way and how to create certain things, then that's how your life is going to really unfold. So it's all what you make it. Hmm. Has anyone told you how good looking I is? Oh, thank you, Sprinkle Sprinkle. They tell me every day, but I don't really listen to them unless they tell me here in the cash app. Sprinkle Sprinkle. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. Being neutral to me means detaching yourself from the outcome. That's nice. You can be anything, and that's a good way to look at it. If you create the outcome before you start the mission, then you're good either way. Yay, sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. I try. I try. Um, so the law of cause and effect is you become the cause in order to create the effect. So you create the cause that creates the effect. Hmm. So let's use Kanye again. Let's use Ye for an example of cause and effect. The law of cause and effect. He knew how to get out of his contract. That's the effect. He knew what to cause in order to get the effect that he needed. So therefore, he used the law of cause and effect. He said what he said to get the effect. So he caused the effect by saying what he said. So that's the law of cause and effect right there in action. Transmutation is how he took all of that energy, got out of his contracts, freed himself, and is able to now create with his own label and make money. Okay. and make a lot of people aware of what is really going on out there and tell his truth and free himself to speak. So, and and help stop this from happening to other people, bringing awareness to something that was usually, shunned or shushed. So that's the transmutation. When you transmute negative into benefits, not just a positive, but a benefit. Hmm. Hmm. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Transmutation is the ultimate finesse. It is. I think once people learn transmutation, they can pretty much do anything and not fear anything. Once they learn transmutation, once you learn that, nothing will bother you. Hmm. He said he's not happy about losing his contracts. He's still worth $500 million. And he could easily make that money back if he puts out a sweatshirt with Yay on it, with his own American factory. You know what I'm saying? So it's okay that he's probably mad about losing the contracts because he wanted a fair deal. I think he's more upset about not getting the fair deal. You know what I'm saying? The deal he wanted. So I feel like if you can't have what you want in a contract, why be in the contract? Free yourself and go get what you want. You know, if that were me, and I was like, okay, well, I want this, this, and that in my contract. If you say no, then why am I there if I'm not even happy or satisfied with the dang contract? If I know that I am the contract, I'm the reason for the contract, then I'm gone. That's me. I am the contract. Y'all made the contract because I exist. Okay? So make it to my liking or I'm out. That's basically what he did. And they didn't make it to his liking, so he left legally through a loophole. Okay? So know your worth, exactly. A lot of people are upset and think that he's upset. No, he knows his worth. He know his worth. That would be like a woman staying with a man because she don't know her worth. If you're gonna stay, you might as well get paid and get your money. If you staying with a broke man and you ain't getting nothing that you want, then why is you there? Bye. Hmm. He said he lost his wife and kids. He's older. No, he still got a baby mama and children, baby. He's not married to the woman who had his kids, but he still got kids and he still got a baby mama. And he will call her that just to make her mad because he know it get to her. His baby mother. He made Kim a baby mama, and he's proud of that. So the reason why he refers to her as his baby mother is because he's proud of that. he's transmuting. He's transmuting the fact that they're divorced and they're not married anymore by calling her his baby mother, which is probably she probably hates that. So do you see how he does? You see how he is? He knows how to trigger. He said he didn't lose his kids. He still got, he still has his children. But what I'm saying is he's not married. They might not live in the same house, but they're still his kids. And that's still his baby mama. Period. So transmuting stuff. He transmuted it. Um, So, he's smart and he knows what he's doing. And I say that if we took lessons and did the same thing in our lives and learned how to speak our truth, be free, make our own money, not worry about what people think about us, I think we would be a lot happier and confident and fearless. You think the Yeko system will be created in more of a spiritual way? Yes. All you need is the idea to be implemented in order for it to become on the physical, on the spiritual level. So, Ye is a very smart man. A lot of ideas that were spoken about may never have come to reality, but they were created in the spiritual plane, which is all that matters. Because when it's created there, when it's up, he says it's already up. When it's up, it gets created. It may not be created by him. It may be created by him, but when it's up, it's going to go out to so many different people because his influence level is so high. Other people are going to jump on it and actually implement a lot of those ideas. So it's not his system, it's his ideas that are going to be put into play. And that was already predicted a long time ago that that is going to be the future. They asked every billionaire, what is the next step for, da, 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 and then they all said sustainable communities. If you go and watch all the interviews of all these old billionaires and, da, 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 they're all going to say sustainable communities. That's what they're investing in. Sustainable communities. That's what they're investing in. So him knowing all of that, that's what he's starting to create, starting to put out into the idea, into the whatever, into the minds of the people. And once that idea gets rolling, then it's literally going to become a physical thing. So all he's doing is what other billionaires are doing, putting together sustainable uh, communities. They talked about it. He's trying to become about it. He creates the material. He takes the spiritual and makes it into the physical. He's an alchemist. And he got a lot of friends that got money too. It's not just his money. He has friends that have money. He has abilities to make money, blah, 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 blah. So it's not like he doesn't have anything to create with. You said the Venus Project is another one? Um, they were speaking about how they control the masses by gas, electricity, etc. Well, anything that you need and can't really function without is a form of control. Um, but there are so many ways. Some bubble wrap. There are so many ways that you can use other things to fuel things, but they're not allowing those ways to be used because they're free. And a lot of people, we don't live in the world anymore where we have to fight to survive. There's enough technology, enough food, enough everything, so where no one really has to starve or be homeless. But there are some greedy people that still like playing this game, and they don't like being, they don't want equality, or at least everyone to have everything that they need, because then they can't control anything. So I think that's what also Kanye is trying to expose, that there are so many greedy people out there that are still just trying to play a dang game instead of worrying about humanity or trying to improve humanity. They're trying to use it as a chess game, or like pawns, instead of just allowing everybody to have what they need and be free. You know what I'm saying? He said they're bored. And maybe that's why they're trying to go to space and try to make space or shoot out to space because they need to go do something else. You know what I'm saying? When you that rich and you have nothing else but a game, then you need to go do something else. Okay? Do something else. If you that bored, get some tattoos, learn a new hobby. If you're that bored, walk around in disguise and do other things. Okay. If y'all that bored, get my book, Leveling Up to the Best Life, to your best life, creating a life of comfort and luxury. All right. If y'all that bored, I hope y'all do get to space and do something. Okay. I hope y'all do go. Find something else to do. Do I ever walk around in disguise all the time? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Chills. You said, well, not me, but yeah, using people as game characters. It's so funny. Like, if you don't like your own life enough to actually live your own life, and you got to use people as characters or game, that means you don't even like yourself and you don't like your own life. And if you don't like that, go find something to like about yourself. I think that's what Kanye was probably really trying to say too. Like he made it. He might have been rich. He might have been a billionaire. But did he like himself? Was he satisfied with life? Did he have everything he wanted? Yes. Yes. Was he bored? Probably. Was he misunderstood? Probably. Did he feel good about himself and the decisions that he made? Maybe. Maybe not. But if you're that bored, go make changes that help other people so you can feel good about yourself and not be bored anymore. I mean, if you can't cause no ruckus, no chaos, if people aren't saying your name, if you're not doing something to awaken other people or create, you know, a stir in the system, maybe he was bored. I mean, if you get that bored, if you finally get rich and you become billionaire status and you've done everything, seen everything, smelled everything, ate everything, tasted everything, what's next? Expose everything. Okay. What better game is that than to expose their game? It don't get more funner than that. Now he's making his own game, right? Like, okay, I'm gonna play a game too. The game, my game, yay game. Um, they say she gotta pay Kim 20K a month in child support. That woman does not need that. I'm sure I'm sure his interest in his bank account makes that. So I don't think he cares. That's the interest on his money. He don't care. Okay. Um, hmm, let's see. Read some of these questions. Mm, okay, you're talking about what some other stuff. Okay. You said okay. Somebody asked me if I walked around in disguise. Sure, why not? Mhm. Yeah. So I always like look different. So I don't think a lot of people will recognize me if they try. So thank y'all for tuning in. I think this video long enough. Y'all know all the links are in the description bar that I spoke about earlier in the video. And I hope that y'all y'all keep, I'll just say I hope y'all's awareness stays aware and that you try to see from other people's perspective why they're doing certain things and try to make it make sense. Just think about someone as an alchemist and what they're trying to transmute and create. And also like the conspiracies, like, all these rich billionaires bored playing games with people and all this kind of stuff. If you're that bored, do something else. And so that's why I say a lot of these men who are so rich, a lot of these people that are so rich have nothing else to do but to play games. So shake it up at least. Like I think the funniest thing about a lot of these people is that when they expose the game and what's being done, people shun them and get mad at them. Like, oh, you're not supposed to tell. Oh, you're not supposed to tell. Then why play the game if you can't tell? It's not even fun if nobody knows what's really going on. It's not even fun, right? Oh, it's supposed to be private. Shh, that's privileged information. You're not supposed to say anything. That's a secret. That's, the secret society stuff. Everybody know about the secret society. It ain't no game no more. They got games about the games. They got movies about it. It's not a secret anymore. Who cares? Just go do something else. Go to space, baby. Okay. Find a way to make reusable toilet paper. I don't know. Do something. Okay, well, we're gonna build a thing to discover the God particle. Okay, well, good for you. You're gonna create the Mandela effect. Good for you. We're gonna play games with people. Good for you. You sound like you're enjoying life to the fullest, but you're so bored. You get all that money to get bored. Y'all are so bored. Y'all have to pretend to be broke and walk around in disguises. All right. Could you imagine being so rich and so bored and have done everything that you literally have to pay people to come over your house, put you in disguise so you can walk around and pretend like you broke again? Imagine that. That's what it's come to, baby. Oh, what I wouldn't kill to be broke again. Like some people will say, no, no, not broke, normal. They say the happiest people are at a certain level of income where they don't have to worry, struggle, and they can go on vacations and do what they want, not really have to answer to people. Like, and once you get to a certain level, then people start hounding you. And, oh, because you're rich, you're supposed to do this. You're supposed like you get all this responsibility, and you got to be somebody's role model. When you could just be normal and happy. And so people are like, they get famous, they get rich, and then they wish to be normal or they want to be like, dang, then go get you a disguise and just act normal. Stop meddling, meddling with other people. Just go and change your name, fake your death, and be normal. Right? Uh-huh. You said Ye is still part of gang. No way for him to unsub from that. Then death. Yeah, fake death. Fake death. Only the best can do it though. If he wants to. I don't think he has to do it. I think he figured out a way that he don't have to do that. If you look at his old album where he is like decapitated with the crown on his head, he already had a plan to decapitate himself or to you know, to humiliate himself. He already had a plan to do that. That's his metaphorical death of his old self. And now he's going to be quote unquote, he's going to reinvent himself now and do what he wants his way, you know. So, and without the control of whatever, you know, whatever he did. I think once his truth was out there, the gang or whatever you call it doesn't have control anymore. So, for example, when he said, "Oh, my mom," he said that his mother was a sacrifice. That freed him too, because if you go around to every celebrity who lost somebody and ask them that same question, was that a sacrifice? They're gonna look at you crazy. They're not gonna tell you, yes, that was a sacrifice. Yes, yes, sir, it was. They're not gonna tell you that. But he told y'all. So he freed himself. He's no longer bound by their truths or their game because he freed himself with his own truth. So they can't come out and say anything against him. Like, oh, well, he signed a paper and sold his soul and sacrificed this. He just told y'all what he did. You know, game over. But ask another celebrity, they gonna look at you crazy. Right? A new set of friends do not post online publicly. Okay. Okay. Try to read some of these comments. The insanity card only works so far, though. He will eventually become expendable. Unfortunately, that's the way of fame. Da, 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 da. Well, see, that's the thing. That's the whole dethroning of the self. If you're no longer famous, then nobody wants to kill you. Your influence goes down. But what you got to do is make an impact, a hard punch, and then wind down on your own. I mean, Michael Jackson did it with Thriller. Bam. You know, you have to make an impact and then wind down because a lot of people don't realize that if they can't control you at your highest level, they don't want you to be up there. So once you get to the highest level, then you got to say your truth and be done with them, not the other way around. Like if you can give up them, they don't have to target you because if you gave them up, basically. And now with the internet, TikTok, social media, you don't need them because you're your own money, baby. You're your own money. Right? Like it's a whole new game now. Everything has changed. He said most people are asleep. What's the best way to prevent the 2030 agenda great reset when most play along with like zombies? There is no great reset. You as an individual, as a person, decide what you want to happen. If you get a collective amount of people to all believe or all fear the same thing, then they all accept it and create it. If you get one person or a group of people who don't believe in any of that, they don't have no idea what it is, it doesn't impact them, it doesn't bother them, then they won't experience it. It's just kind of like that. So if you study that, if you fear that, if you look for that, if you vibrate on that, that's what you're going to create in your reality. You said why they messing with the law of gender though? Because there's only two laws. I mean, there's only two genders, and according to universal law. Um, and the reason why they mess with it is because they are using it also as a spiritual form of protection, just like flat Earth. So if you can't if you can't say you're a certain gender, right, then you don't fall under certain universal laws. And so a lot of people are opting out of genders as loopholes, spiritually and legally. And there's a whole bunch of issues that go with that legally. Like, oh, I'm going through a transition. Oh, I don't know, what I identify as. That wasn't me. Or, I, it's also another way of letting you know that you're also allowing your perspective. Like, a lot of people say, oh, I identify as they, them, or they, or whatever. I'm like, I just identify as all. Okay. Put me down for all. Sprinkle, sprinkle, case closed. I'm done. All right. Because literally, if you really think about it, as a woman, we are all. Literally. You could take the mitochondrial DNA of a woman and break down every animal species on the planet, race, gender, from all over the world. Maybe beyond the world, maybe on the moon. I don't know whatever they didn't found up there. But if you're gonna identify as anything, goddess, woman will have all of that in her physical DNA. Or the ability to create it. So I identify as all. That's why Kanye walking around talking about Donda, talking about his mama, because he know who she is or what she is, goddess. Mm. Mhm. Like making them more feminine. I feel like you have a choice. We all have a choice. I think a lot of people are understanding the divine goddess aspect or seeing the woman as someone who they want to be like. And I feel like maybe there are more examples of powerful women than there are men these days, or everybody wants to be like a woman because there's not enough male representation that is positive in the media. And so, like, superheroes don't count anymore, it's fiction. So, real, like, examples of masculine men are not put on the forefront anymore because no one is stepping up. And when they do step up, they get called insensitive. They get told to shut up. They get told that they're crazy. They get called politically incorrect. They get called, you know, bad role models. If they then you get somebody, you put them up there and they're a man and they do everything that they're told to do. They don't speak their mind. They take whatever they take like a little bee. Even if they 8 foot tall, they do what they told. And then they expect men to turn around and say, "Ooh, that's what I want to be like when I grow up." Somebody's bee. Somebody, I want to be 8 foot tall and have a boss and get told what to do and can't speak my truth. A lot of people don't find that masculine. And so they see a loudmouth, crazy, ratchet woman, or they see a woman who can speak her truth and she said what she said. And that seems very powerful. You know, I think men are more attacked for speaking their truth than a woman. Mhm. That's why when I see somebody like Kanye, even Trump, old crazy butt, I see somebody that is in their true masculine. Even if you don't agree with them, it's still a form of gender role and masculinity. Okay, that's what I say. Yeah, role models are gone or they're shushed or controlled. So when you can't see a man being a man and doing what he wants, saying what he wants, if you can see a man throwing a basketball, hitting somebody in the head with a football, but you as soon as they get up to speak some truth, they're shut down. That's not a man. Okay, I can't respect somebody that can't speak. You could throw a ball all you want, but I don't respect you if you ain't allowed to say what you want. That's what I'm saying. So the role models are no longer there because they can't speak. Hmm. You mentioned you were doing some enlightenment work. Can you elaborate? Um, I think enlightenment work to me is just reading and learning more and being able to speak and understand things on different levels. So continuously learning. That's a character in someone's game, not a leader. How much do you pay? What? Okay, we're not talking to each other. Sprinkle, sprinkle. So yeah, it's weird about the gender roles, but if you can't speak as a man, then you won't. The next generation is going to see that as a weakness, and they're not going to like that. I noticed. Now I'm going to just be honest. I noticed that a lot of gay men or trans will speak their truth before a straight man will, out of fear of being canceled or having somebody, pull their contract or whatnot. I see a lot of gay men out here smacking them lips and saying what they want and not worrying about no contracts being pulled because that is okay because they're gay. But if a straight man get up and try to say something, oh my god, that's wrong. Oh my god, you can't say that. Oh my God. Oh my God. But if you are, you can't say nothing. Oh my gosh, you can't say that. You can't have an opinion. You're a straight man. Oh my gosh. You're under contract. Shut up. You can't speak. Shut up. Suck it up. Do what you are told to do and don't make a ruckus. Get that paycheck, but don't speak your truth. Okay? Or figure out how to do both. So that's why, a lot of straight men can't speak out because they don't own themselves. So that's why I say Kanye, he could talk all the crap he want now because he owns himself. Okay. That's truly masculine. You have no boss and you can say what you want. That's masculine. Hmm. Kim K, why didn't she speak up? Because she's a woman. She don't got to speak up. What does she have to speak up for? What is her agenda? What is she trying to create and do in the world? I know she gives to a lot of charities and things like that. And that's how she does her thing. Who said, why did she speak up in Balenciaga? Because she was probably under a contract that she didn't want to lose. You know that you live in gay land to a lot of ladies are complaining that men are acting like women. Will the men ever return back to being men? Yeah, when it's in style, when they are allowed to speak their truth, when they have better role models, when they have, you know, a way to get paid without being practically enslaved, when they create a way to get paid, when they start being more entrepreneurial than, looking for a contract, that's all I'm saying. When men own themselves, that's when they'll be men again. A lot of people don't realize that. And if you don't own yourself, you cannot truly be a man because somebody still has strings or reins on you. So that's what I say. When men free themselves and stop looking at, things like, I got to find a job, I got to go work for somebody, I got to sign a contract. And instead, they start thinking about, I got to build this, I have to create this, I have to make this, I have to own this. When they start thinking like men should think, then we'll see a reemergence of that masculine power. Right now, it's very feminine. It's very shut up. You're under contract. It's very enslaved right now. And you know, the best way to get free is exactly how Kanye got free. Talk some trash, say what you want, get out them contracts, free yourself. You still gonna have some money. You might not be worth as much, but you're free and you still have your masculinity. Okay. You said you can't see the motivation though. You said destroy the man, destroy the family, then society. But that's one of the reasons why, people like Kanye or Ye is a good example right now because he's giving men a front row seat on how to free themselves if they choose to. Because if you have these strong heroes, these sports players, these, entertainers that are on a leash, they're no matter how much money they have, no matter how famous they are, they can never be as masculine as somebody who said F you and got out all them contracts in one fell swoop and is able to speak what he wants, say what he wants to say. They can have all that, but they can do all of that. They can have all the holes in their video. They can say this, they can cuss, mumble rap, whatever. but they can never be as masculine as somebody that is free. Okay, not to a woman's eyes anyway. You said men being submissive to other men for a check is very sad times. Exactly. You free, you that's masculine. So I think a lot of people are going to learn from him in the industry and try to free themselves, so they can speak what they want to. They can say what they want with no backlash, or they'll be able to speak how they want to speak, and the people that sign the checks are just gonna have to take it. Either way, they gonna get their money, or they're gonna speak their mind. But it is a turn. It is a turn. So if you don't see anything else, if you don't get anything else out of that, just know that Ye has created an example of how to get your manhood back for a lot of these men who are on leashes. Hmm. Seems like he lost money strategically so he wouldn't have to pay that much in alimony. Yeah, y'all are thinking small. Like the money can be remade like this. That's not the point. And plus, that was just the contract and the amount of money he could have made. Let's just say you have a contract and you stand to make $500,000, but you haven't made it yet because the contract ends in 2030. And at the end of that contract, you will be worth said amount of money, right? If you have not, if that money is not in your bank account, and if they take you off that contract and um, whatever amount of money that contract was worth is now gone, you didn't have that money anyway. That was in the contract. You made some money off of it, but you did not have that money. It was just how much your net worth was going to be worth if you stayed signed to the contract. It's not about how much physical cash you had, it's about how much you could have had. So he didn't have it anyway. Okay. That's how much he would have been worth. But he didn't lose that money. He just lost the contract. That'd be like if you were a basketball player and you had a contract to play for a team for 15 years, 10 years, 3 years, right? And you had a contract worth $10 million, $20 million. If you lose the contract, they're not going to physically go into your bank account and take out $20 million. You just lost the ability to make the amount said on the contract. That's it. So he really didn't lose anything. If you really think about it, what he did is he freed himself from the contract, and he could probably go make more money than the contract was allowing him to make. Hmm. He said at his level, he get free stuff anyway. Exactly. So yeah, he didn't like a lot of people don't understand how money and contracts work. So they thought that he literally lost his own money. That wasn't his money. That was just the amount he was gonna make in the contract. Hmm. And what is a billionaire status if you can't say what you want? Is it really worth it? Like, oh, I'm a billionaire, but I got a leash on my neck and I can't say stuff. But I'm a billionaire. Also, all I can say is I'm a billionaire. Can I talk about this? Nope. But I can talk about being a billionaire. Can I talk about that? Nope. But you could talk about being a billionaire. But I'm tired of talking about being a billionaire. I want to talk about this, this, and that. Nope. Just talk about being a billionaire. Well, if I'm not a billionaire, then I can talk about what I want, right? No, because then we'll cancel you. Well, how about if I cancel myself? Then can I talk about what I want? Um, well, if you cancel yourself, people are just gonna call you crazy. Well, if I talk about a certain group of people, then can I be canceled and cancel myself and talk about what I want? Okay, go ahead, Kanye. Talk about what you want. Go ahead, Jay. Say what you gotta say. If you gotta do all that to say what you want, that's crazy. That's crazy. If you gotta do all that to speak your truth, that's crazy. Hmm. He said, "Yeah, gonna rebound from this." Of course, he already know he is. That's not like celebrities don't need brands. Brands need celebrities. People know that. You said Ye got free broadcasting around the world. Exactly. So that's why he's doing what he's doing. Exactly. Why would they need money if they print it on a no-brainer? Exactly. If you have enough money to do what you want, then you got enough money. But it's the principle of speaking your truth and exposing other people who are, trying to manipulate you or a system. And I think just for doing that, people should be grateful. Just because somebody actually came out and said, you know what, y'all are all right. This is what they're doing, and I'm tired of it, and I'm gonna free myself. Period. Y'all shouldn't be upset that he gave up a contract for money he didn't even have yet. Oh, Valerie Sprinkle Sprinkle. Some mega wealthy get it to level of having it all, etc., and then they just keep it simple with their style. Exactly. You said, I hope they don't kill him. Oh, see, that's another form of feminine, like feminizing men. When you try to put fear into them, and this is another thing, like, oh, if you speak out, we're gonna kill you. But he made it so if people do try to kill him, his point will be even more made. So therefore, they can't. He made it too transparent. So if something do happen to him, people gonna know and automatically know, and then more people are gonna hop on and expose. More people are gonna speak their truth. More people are gonna talk trash and get out of contracts if they make an example of him. More people are gonna do it, and this is gonna ruin everything that they've been trying to build. So they can't. You just come out crazy, you go crazy one time, say what you gotta say. Say if they kill me, you know what happened. A, B, C, and D. I ain't playing no more. This, and that. Sacrifice. I ain't doing this. Blah, blah, blah. I'm speaking my truth. Y'all can do what y'all want. I'm free. Period. And so, with all of that being said, with no fear, no hesitation, no backing down, no apologies, it is what it is. He said what he said, and if anyone wants to harm him in a certain way, then all they're going to do is just promote everything that he just put out there and make him a legend. And since they're no longer affiliated with him, they can't get paid. It would all go to his family or his kids or whatever. Mhm. You say acting crazy is the key to get out of everything. Exactly. Hmm. Um, you say can't win with a fearful mindset. Exactly. You know what people should fear? The leash of control. And if people need to do anything to get up out from under it, because as soon as they want to show their control, you're going to look, especially as a man, you're going to look weak. It's just for example, if someone did see Ye as their role model, and he was told to shut up and apologize, and he did, And the very reason why he was someone's role model is because he spoke his truth and said what he said and was, um, a free thinker. And they're going to lose respect for him. That's not going to be their role model no more because he bent. So a lot of these dudes who keep bending and like thinking they're still somebody's role model, they're wrong. They're nobody's role model but whoever got money on the game, baby. Nobody's going to grow up and say, I want to be like that basketball player who apologized and couldn't say what he wanted to say and bent. They're going to say, I want to be like that dude who say what he want to say. Facts. And so, like, for me, I would rather speak my truth than say what somebody told me to say. Oh, well, you should say this, and they try to make you feel like, oh, you would have so much more impact, and it would be so much better if you no, it would be better if I say what I wanted to say. Okay, if you don't like it, get a line, take a number. Okay, that's exactly the energy that I feel like. A lot of people were saying, oh, if you're on my other channel, if you just did this and if you just that, you could help so many more people. No, I'm helping the people that need my I'm helping the people that need my advice as is. I'm helping the people that need me as I am, not as you would like me to be. And a lot of people want to mold you. They want to control what you want to, what you say. They want to censor you. And, I'm like, you know what? Censor your mama. Goodbye. And so I feel like a lot of people don't realize that when they try to censor you, when they try to mold what you say, when they try to control what you say, and if they have contracts and stuff with you and things like that, well, if you say the wrong thing, you're gonna lose the contract. Well, buy a contract. See you later, contract. Another one's on the way, baby. Or I'm gonna create my own. I don't need your contract. You need me. Um, so I would literally not care. But I don't know. I guess they say that all these celebrities have so many expenses that they basically live paycheck to paycheck, even though they look rich. So if you're one of if those celebrities who are controlled, living paycheck to paycheck, then it should show you right there whose mind, who really know how to control their own money. If your expenses are so crazy that you have to live paycheck to paycheck and you can't say what you want in fear of losing a contract, then who's really got the mind for money and who doesn't? Who said your mama is censored? Oh my goodness. Yeah. You said it's the messed up when a gay man and the Bob the Builder are more manly than straight men. Some rappers think they tough from bragging about jail, guns, and things anyone can do. I truly wanted Ye, the GOAT, who went against the whole industry with no jail, no gun, just mouth gangster. For real. Yeah. That's a true gangster. One who can speak and write what he wants. One who said what he said. Um, and you'll see this pattern whenever you see a strong male figure saying what they want to say. All of a sudden, the media will attack them. You can't say that. They'll threaten them with lawsuits, jail, and all this stupid crap. Pull their contract. Why are y'all so scared what people gonna say? Why? Like it's so silly. Like why are y'all afraid to let people speak? Y'all, is the system that fragile to where this man, that man can't speak his own mind. Like, not even just, yeah, because he has influence. I'm talking like Donald Trump. I'm talking like anyone who gets out of line. Like, I'm say what you want. I even if I don't agree with it, I'm gonna laugh and keep it moving. But say what you want. That should be everyone's right. Seems like common people get more offended about people's opinions than facts. You can't have an opinion nowadays. They want us all to agree. I'm never gonna agree. I'm gonna agree on I'm gonna disagree on purpose just because it's fun. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay, you ain't gonna get me a line. I'm gonna step out of line and tell the people to come over here. Okay. Are these my natural lips? No, but I'm glad you asked. This is my Level Up Cosmetics lipstick in Love Potion. And you can outline your lips to look bigger. And I'm also having a 40% off sale. If y'all want to go get y'all some Love Potion lipstick, levelupcosmetics.us. Just type in Love Potion lipstick, and this will come up. Let me give y'all the link to my store. And just type in what you're looking for. Just type in Love Potion, and it should come up. Just it's easier to find stuff in the search of my website. Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-uh. Okay, I'll just give y'all the whole link to all the lipsticks, and y'all can go from there. I also have different colors, so y'all get that too. If y'all see a color y'all like. Bam. All right. Um. Okay. Well, that's my cue. I gotta go. Y'all go shop the 40% off sale on Level Up Cosmetics. And don't forget to visit the link at the top, the Writing Witch on Etsy. She makes this beautiful pen, these crystal wand pens, and like stationery for your book of shadows, your journals. She has these holiday ones that are really cute. She also has like parchment paper and all sorts of goodies. So y'all go check out her store. Sprinkle Sprinkle. Y'all can leave her a little note, say, you found me through a Shears channel or not. Don't matter. I just wanted to show y'all what she sent me. Oh, and she also sent me this cute chalice candle. It's a holiday scented seasonal candle that you can also burn and then use the chalice. Get your crystals and your charms and goodies out of there after it's done. So y'all go check her store out. And y'all get my book as well if you haven't bought it yet. How to Manifest with Magic and Dark Cosmic Energy. That link is also in the description and also through the chat a couple times. What are my thoughts on 8 a.m. American Music Award pulling the plug on Chris Brown's dedication to Michael Jackson? Honestly, I believe that the whole controversy surrounding Kanye, and I believe that the Thriller 40th anniversary coming out, and I believe that a lot of the stuff that was happening in the media at the time was not intended. And so Michael Jackson was like a very powerful voice as far as, trying to expose people and stand up for, artists and contracts and stuff like that. So since the whole hoopla with Kanye and all this kind of stuff was happening, they had to pull the MJ's, part because he was a voice, and a lot of his music is has a lot of messages in it that were very relevant at the time. So they pulled it because his message was too relevant as to what was going on with Kanye. But I did see the rehearsal footage, and I think it would have been good, but the timing with the Kanye thing probably did not go over well. Uh, mhm. So that's what I think happened. Timing was off. And a lot of the times when people they pull something from the show, you have to agree to it. And that's another thing. Like if you rehearsed, you got contracts, they say they want you to perform, you agree to it, you sign stuff, they ask you to pull out. And they don't just ask, they threaten if you don't pull out, you know, things are not going to go well for you. And so if you ask Nicki Minaj, she'll tell you that they did that to her at the Grammys. They asked her not to perform a certain thing. She performed it, and then they blacklisted her for a long time. And that's why she has yet to win a Grammy, even though she's like top female rapper, because they asked her not to do something, and she went and did it and performed anyway. So a lot of people know that in that industry, if you don't do what they ask you to do, even if you under contract, if you don't bow down, pull out, do whatever you got to do, they can say, well, you're not going to win any more awards. You're going to be blacklisted, blackball. Blah, 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 blah. So he had to pull out. I would have stayed up in there. I'm gonna do this Michael Jackson dance. Y'all gonna see me. I don't care. I'll go side with Kanye. Do what you gotta do. I do what I want. That would be me. And that's another reason why I do also respect Nicki Minaj, because she do what she wants. She did what she said, what she said. She do what she wants. And I also feel like she's too hard to control. Hmm. Like you ain't gonna do that to me. I'd have practiced. I'm gonna do this Michael Jackson dance, and y'all gonna get up on my face. If you got a blacklist, we blacklist. Me and Kanye go make a song. Bye. And I don't need your stinking awards. I don't like. It's so funny. It's kind of like having somebody compete over a plastic trophy. I don't need your stupid award, but I do need this message to be said. Black this me, blackball me. I don't need your award. Your award is worthless to me. I'm the reason you made the award. If people start thinking like that, if men started thinking like that, if more women and men start thinking like that, everything would change. But everybody's scared. Everybody think, oh, they got something on me, and oh, I can't win no awards. I'm gonna be blacklisted. Nobody gonna like me no more. And so maybe they'd like you more if you stood up and was a man. Maybe they like you more if you stood up and said what you wanted to say, instead, or do what you wanted to do. I think that's the age that we're in now. Stop worrying about what other people gonna do and do what you want. So even though Nikki never won a Grammy, she don't need a Grammy. The Grammy needed her. Okay. If you Half of these artists I hear that won Grammys, I wouldn't even listen to. I wouldn't even play it for my dead dog. Okay. Period. But they sit up there with a Grammy, and every time they song come on the stage, and I gotta turn it. Ooh, turn it off. So that goes to show you that it's not about the talent; it's about the submission. It's about who they can control and who they want to give the award to because of their submission. I don't care about your stupid award. I'm gonna do what I want. That's the true reward, being free. Okay, so just remember that. If all the Grammy winners make your ears hurt, you know it's not real. If all the Grammy winners, if a lot of the Grammy winners sound like they have a disability, you know it's rigged, baby. They ain't lying. You know it's rigged. So I wouldn't give it too much credit. You said you was just thinking about Nicki Minaj calling herself Harriet Tubman. Oh, Monique Sprinkle Sprinkle. Thank you, girl. I appreciate you. Okay. You need a spell to cast for marriage. Girl, you can believe me. You got a boyfriend? Um, then you need a spell to cast for a boyfriend first, maybe. Sprinkle Sprinkle. Don't skip no steps. Don't force yourself to get married. Not worth it. Best wait to the right one. Hmm. There you go. Is priority shipping the only shipping method? I don't know. There might be another shipping method, but um, at this time, I think it depends on what you order. It all depends on where you live and what you order. I think. I don't know. Um, when they win a Grammy, it means they are compliant to the master. Really? Is that who is it that put their Grammy in the toilet and peed in it? Was that Drake? Or I don't even know who it was. Somebody put their Grammy in the toilet. I know Jay Z gave his Grammy to, or he said in one of his raps that they use it as a sippy cup. They're trying to like down the Grammys. But I do feel like I don't like if I was an artist, I wouldn't need a Grammy. A Grammy would need me. Okay, a Grammy needs me, and that's how I would feel about it. Like, and these celebrities are so rich, so famous. I don't know why they can't even. I don't know why they don't think that like they're all of that. I don't know why they don't see that they're pawns in the industry and that they have all the power if they flipped their thinking. It's like, okay, well, you have all this influence and all this power, right? So use it how you want to use it. And if they don't like it, then be out and go use it how you want. Okay. You said Kanye peed on the Grammy. Oh my goodness. Okay. You said the most talented music is heavy metal. They never get a Grammy, and they're amazing. Well, I feel like a lot of people are not getting their due diligence, but you know, we shouldn't do what we do for awards anyway. We should do it because we like to do it. When you do stuff for awards, it stifles your creativity and your message anyway. Let's think about it. If you were going to write a song or perform something out of whatever creativity that you came up with, if you had to say, well, I don't know if I should put that in there because it might not win a Grammy, or I don't know if I should sing about this or rap about this because Grammy people don't like it. When you do stuff for awards, you stifle your true creativity. That's why you shouldn't do anything for awards. The awards are just there to acknowledge whatever, and you should awards should be ignored. They need to come to you. You know what I'm saying? You are the creator. You don't need an award. Your creation is the award. Exactly. So I don't keep If I was an artist, keep your awards. I am the reason you made the awards. If you are being stupid and trying to hold back some little silly trophy from somebody that is the reason you created the dang award in the first place, then now you looking stupid. Okay. But yeah, if I was him, I would have went out there and did my dance or did it somewhere else. I would have gone on some type of public thing and did my dance and be like dedicated to Kanye and Michael Jackson. Peace out. All right. Um, uh, talking about the Chris Brown AMA canceling his Michael Jackson thing, his dance. I would have found another venue to perform it at, or I would have walked out on that stage and did it anyway because they under contract. I'm not pulling out. Blacklist me. What about Doja Cat purposely going crazy on the internet because she doesn't like it? What do you mean purposely going crazy? Doja Cat is gonna do what she's gonna do. Doja is going through spiritual awakening and going through the dark night of the soul, finding life hard to deal with. Um, I feel that at that time, now I can speak like if, at that time, if you're gonna do exactly what things are leading you to do, then at that then you're complying. I don't comply. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people when they go through that, you see they shave their head, they doing all this crazy stuff. Look, I'm gonna do the opposite. I'm gonna get dressed, throw the wig on, and look even better, and you ain't even gonna know what's happening because that's exactly what they want you to do. So don't do it. I think Rihanna said it best when she was asked that question. When you're not feeling your best, when you're not having a good day, and you don't feel like doing this, what do you do? She said, fake it because don't ever let them see you sweat. Do what you gotta do. You can't. You can't let them see you sweat, baby. Um, why is she walking around with no eyebrows? When you're hyper aware, everything is symbolic. Eyebrows are symbolic. Hair is symbolic. It's a barrier. It becomes like a barrier. So it becomes like, it has so much more meaning than just some hairs. It becomes a hat. It becomes something like, I guess the best way to explain it becomes another entity. So throw on a wig and draw on them eyebrows and act like you still doing what you got to do because it's the same thing as it always was. It's just a lot of times when you're hyper aware and you overthink and you're going through this quote unquote spiritual awakening. It's really people just really messing with you. But at the end of the day, just do everything that you've been doing because that's how you got to where you're going and got to where you are. Throw the wig on, draw them eyelashes, and them eyebrows back on, and keep it moving, lady. That's my best advice for anybody. Don't do all that stupid stuff. That's what they want you to do. Look stupid. Okay. And I'm not saying she looks stupid. A lot of times you can turn that into fashion if it works for you and transmute it. But I know exactly what they're trying to make her do because they will try to influence you to do a lot of stuff. And it may not be through people, it may not be through, you know, uh, your spiritual path. It may be just through your, you know, what you're being influenced by at the time, or what you're being fed in your, in your thoughts. Because they have the technology to do that to feed you thoughts through 5G and all that kind of stuff. So I really wouldn't care, and I would just do the opposite, just to make them mad because I can. Just do the opposite of what you think you're supposed to do, and you'll be good. She said, letting go of the ego so she doesn't care about her appearance. I'm gonna always care about my appearance, and I can let go of the ego still. But I ain't gonna be looking like who did it and why while I do it. Okay. And why do you need to let go of your ego? That's who make that up. If you don't need it, why are you born with it? See, this is what I'm talking about. People keep making up all this stupid crap and say you got to do it, you got to do this. This is the correct way. It ain't the correct way. If you don't want to do it, don't you do it. If you feel more comfortable with your hair and your eyebrows, keep it. If you like your ego, keep that ego. I know a lot of people that kept their ego and they in a good place right now. Okay. And free. You, the, why do they need your ego? Why do they need to break you? That's what they do to slaves. Keep your stuff. You ain't doing that. No. Keep your ego, baby. Keep it and use it. And make it grow even more so you know who you are and so they know who you are. Hmm. So why do they want to break you down? Who is they? Okay. You said use it in the right way. The right way is how you choose to use it. Exactly. Eh, so like all this stupid like rituals that they be doing, trying to break down your ego, trying to do all of that. Why? That's what they do to slaves. I ain't, if you ain't nobody's slave, then do what you want. And sometimes, like I said, you don't even know. They make your awareness so high that you really feel like you have to do this stuff, like, or else something will happen. If that's not your thought, then don't follow it. Do what you want. Yeah, shapeshift. That ain't my thought because I ain't that stupid. That's number one. Know thyself. If something is telling you to shave your head and your eyebrows because it's this, and that, and you never thought that before in your life, dismiss it. If some type of influence is giving you, making you act silly and stupid like that, fight against it if that's not who you are. That's not what you represent. Why do they wait until you get to the second album or the third album until you make it a lot of money to try to humble and take your ego to enslave you? Why? Why do they do that? Do the opposite. Do like Rihanna did. Do the opposite. Okay? Look good anyway. Fake it. Don't let them see you sweat. Roll your eyes. Do what you want. Okay. They'll even try to make like they even try to make some YouTubers go through it. That's why you see all these older YouTubers leaving or, backing out of YouTube and not doing this anymore, not doing that anymore because uh, a lot of people say, "Oh well, you got to go through this and you got to go through that." No, I don't. I got to do what I want. Okay, and that's the attitude you have to keep. If you don't keep that attitude, you somebody will give you another one. You have to keep the goddess mentality. You have to keep that you do what you want mentality. Okay. If you don't, then why are you even speaking if you can't even say what you want? You say you have heard too many testimonies to know better. And I've seen people look at just 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 go scroll through YouTube and see all the people that have made the same changes because whatever, and see the ones who didn't. Look at the mentality of them. I do what I want. Period. Okay. And why? Because I can. And why? Because I don't conform. And why? Because I don't need approval. You said the ones who say committed grew crazy. You can't commit to something that you're not. So, for example, I see it like a lot of people's channel changed because they were pushed in that direction. They were pushed in that direction by whatever, and I would not. No, they were pushed in that direction. They were pushed to change their appearance. I always change my appearance, but I ain't gonna change it that drastically. Okay. They were pushed to do and say certain things and cover certain topics. I would not. Okay. And that's why that I couldn't be controlled. And I'll say, for a whole year or two, things were very slow, but I didn't care because I didn't do it for the money. I did it because I wanted to. Okay. And I have no issues with a lot of things, and it didn't bother me at all. What really bothered me the most is that they thought that it would work. All right. But I still gonna say what I want. Period. And awakening, like, it's like this light spectrum. Everyone experiences isn't the same. Yeah, it depends on what you're doing. I believe it depends on your level of influence upon other people as well. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And she is younger. She probably don't have as many books read as I have about whatever it is that's happening, so she might not understand it to the fullest. And she might have to literally go through a lot of things that she doesn't know about. But definitely know this. Stay true to you and know thyself. That is all you need to do. If it don't feel like you, then don't do it. Um, if you feel like you're being influenced, don't take the influence. Go against it and make it funny. So, for example, if one day you're really compelled and feel like you need to shave your eyebrows and your head, then draw your eyebrows on thick and put on a big old wig. If one day you're compelled to feel like you have to wear a certain color, wear the opposite color. You know what I'm saying? Do what you want. Make a man. Do an Erica Badu and wear all the colors. And a wig, a hat, and a wig cap over the hat that you wearing over the wig. Do everything and have fun with it. Because when you can't be influenced or told what to do, you win. Okay? Especially in the fame game and whatever. Make a man, girl. While Kanye walking around looking crazy with all that stuff on, girl. Y'all gotta that's what you have to do. Make it funny. Okay. He said don't mess with the crazy, they'll make you crazier. That's what I would do. Wear all the colors, all the wigs. You do what you want. Hmm. Doing what you want doesn't mean you aren't predictable, though. To influence someone with contrarian personality, yeah. But see, if you're able to choose, they don't know if you're going to choose to do this or that. Like one day you can comply, and that might have been, if you listen to your own intuition, you may comply one day, and that might be the opposite information sent that you weren't supposed to do. Oh, Trisha, sprinkle, sprinkle. So if someone wants you to wear blue one day, and they send you the information, you need to wear red, you need to wear red, and you wear red, then you still beat them because you're following your own intuition and not the influence. You know what I'm saying? So follow your own intuition, and whatever you're being heavily influenced to do, follow your own intuition. Instead of doing the opposite, pick a random color or pick all the colors if you can't decide. You know what I'm saying? So whether you're predictable or not, you should still have free will, and you should still be able to do what you want, and that's just that. So let's say, oh, I want you to like I want you to do this today. Do both. Do nothing. Do all. You know. Doing what you want is okay. With that. Thank you, Trisha. I appreciate you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. It's important to have self control with food, sex, and mindset. Okay, that's obvious. um, and a lot of people won't ever go through this because you're not. A lot of people aren't at a level to influence anybody, so they don't need to be controlled. You know what I'm saying? So if you have any type of influence, whether it's this much or this much, eventually someone will try to control your voice, and you don't need to let them. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And let me tell y'all another thing. Those who are controlled will try to get you in because they're not free and they don't want you to be free either. Those who aren't free to speak their mind will try to find those who are free to speak their mind and get them into whatever thing that has enslaved or trapped them. And the way that I look at it is you're looking for somebody to teach you how to get up out of it or teach you how to deal with it. You're not trying to entrap me because I can't be trapped. The only thing that I feel that people may have tried to do is figure out how I thought so that they could free themselves, which is exactly what Kanye is doing. He's freeing a lot of people, even though they won't speak up about it, even though they are quiet. He's showing them how to do it, which is exactly what a lot of other people need to do. Like, I'm not finna join you. I'm finna show you how to get free. Okay? I'm a leader. I'm not a follower, darling. Okay? Just watch me and do what I do. So, a lot of times people thought that they were going to drag you down, but literally you pulled them up. You showed them how to get out, so they didn't have to drag you down. And if they didn't learn, it's not my fault. All right. And there are certain people that you deal with know that they're handled because they can't say nothing. I'm like, dang, you handle that bad? You talk to some normal people. Like you can't talk. Like there are certain people you can't talk to because they're so handled. You ever try to have a conversation with somebody that's handled? It's crazy. It's like you don't even know what language they're speaking. They trying to speak in so much code. Like you too handled for me. You can't speak your mind. I can go. Mm-hmm. Who says zombie bites? Mm-hmm. Um, People are asking why I deleted certain videos because a lot of people don't realize that a lot of the videos that I had to delete were things that I wanted to keep private or things that um, no longer are relevant on my channel. Okay. Okay. Well, anyway, I hope that helps some people to figure it out because it wasn't gonna be the other way around. Do you feel like people took energy from you by watching those videos that were supposed to be? No, I don't think so. I think they're no longer relevant for the channel. That's why I took them down. And plus, I also feel like a lot of the information on some of those videos, if they were with other people, like the way that I speak very freely. And if I like for example, if I say some stuff right now in this video, and there are other people in my video who don't agree with me and who are on my channel and who could be affected by my freedom of speech. I don't want what I say today to affect those people. So I took a lot of the stuff down because I'm going to speak my truth. You understand? So I don't want to be associated with anybody who can't speak their truth either. Uh-oh, X Bayou, BX Bayou Sprinkle Sprinkle. You said they told you to be something you weren't, so you deleted your video instead of changing yourself. Well, what basically, I don't want to offend anyone by speaking my truth because I can't be handled. So, for their sake, so I deleted the video because I'm gonna say what I want. Hmm. And it's kind of good that I do that because a lot of times, in years from now, I could say something that may offend somebody that was in one of my videos. I don't want to have to think about that or worry about it, so I just delete them. All right. There are some people, they're like, you know what? I'm gonna just delete your video because you got a problem. It's not me. I'm not the problem. There you go. Isn't this contrary to what you said earlier, though, Sheila? Aren't these people effectively censoring you? No, they're not because I still have the videos. So, okay, it's basically like this. If I want to say something really bad and the people that are on those videos are associated with certain brands, certain things, and certain this is like it may have a reflection on them. So I took it down so I can speak my truth. Like I don't want to profit off of someone if I can't speak my truth. You know what I'm saying? So it's not the opposite. It is basically like this. If I want to say if this, if that, if that person, if this person, I don't want the person in the video to suffer because of my opinion. Because they may have contracts, they may be owned, they may be on leashes, but I'm not. So out of respect for people, I will take them off of the video so that I can speak my truth. You know what I'm saying? Because out of nowhere, someone could say, "Oh, you know what? I saw you on that girl's channel who believes this, and that. Do you agree with that?" Now all of a sudden it's a big thing. you know. So when people are silenced and unable to speak their truth, they don't need to be, they don't need me making, you know, ripples in their pool. That's why I took it down. A lot of the videos. Yeah. So, yeah. And, it's fine. I just feel like, yeah. So if y'all didn't see the videos when they first came out, then you missed the opportunity. Do I think I'll do collabs again? Selectively, I may do one or two with people that maybe feel the same way or not, aren't going to be affected. But yeah. So what? You say you dislike collabs? I mean, they were fun. I had a good time doing all that stuff. But, when you really want to be who you are, sometimes you gotta just be who you are and let go of a lot of stuff that or it's not compliable. Okay. Sprinkle, I appreciate you. I'm reading Idiot Guide to Alchemy now because of me. Oh, sprinkle. Good for you, girl. Good for you. Or wait, yes, good for you. And y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all, I've had so many opportunities that I had to turn down because I can't be who I am, and I didn't mind turning them down because I'm desperate. So a lot of opportunities will present themselves in order to mold and change you. But I rejected all of those offers and said, no, thanks, because I like me better than that offer. Because there's nobody like me. There ain't never going to be nobody like me. And so I don't want to change that. People were trying to get me to do so many things to my appearance, to change what I look like, to do all this kind of crazy stuff. And I told them, nope, I ain't going to do it. Do what I want. Okay. If you don't like it, then go somewhere else. And so this is a lot of times if they can't make you and mold you into what they want or persuade you to do something or push you in a direction that they want you to go in, you know it's a little bit difficult for them to just stop and say, okay, well, she ain't gonna do what we want, let's move on. And so it was unsuccessful. Hmm. And when you put your foot down and you say no, no means no. That's the end of the sentence. No is a full sentence. Period. Um, don't apologize for nothing. Exactly. Mm-mm. And I've seen so many people fall for the okey doke. Like I've seen so many people either leave, fall in line or fall for the okey doke. And I didn't do any of it. I stayed and did what I wanted to do. And a lot of times, they just they'll try, but if they don't do it, they can't do it. Mhm. So I don't know if a lot of you have YouTube channels or social media, but I guess um, if you don't have to deal with certain things, then you probably don't know. But if you do, if you have a friend or if you have to deal with certain things because you have some level, even if it's a small level of influence, then you probably know. Even if the woman on her don't want, okay, weird dude. Um, you say you know what I'm talking about, sure. Thank you, sprinkle sprinkle. You do, and you know what? Those who do know, do what you want. No matter how much they try to influence you to change, don't do it. And eventually, they will stop trying because you know what? It ain't gonna work. They wasting their time and energy. Right. Uh-oh, sprinkle sprinkle. Thank you. New Rebel TV. Appreciate that. Sprinkle, where you been? My nails. You follow you follow me on Instagram, sprinkle sprinkle. I don't really be posting that much on Instagram anymore. I mean, bare like I might post some normal everyday things, but yeah, it's like you know what? Yeah, I tried it. Keyword tried. You said you're glad I'm not dressing ratchet anymore. That was a character on my other channel. It was a character. Y'all want to hear something funny? On my other channel, when I dressed like a ratchet, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all how this works. You ghetto and ratchet, your subscribers, your views will go up super high really quick if you have a ratchet ghetto looking thumbnail. Okay. But if you take a picture looking like this, not too much. But I was just doing an experiment to see what was going to happen. Like, okay, let me see what's going to happen real quick. Oh, they like that. They like that. They like that blue wig and them long lashes and ratchet nail. They put that right up in the algorithm. Quick. Oh, look, it's a ratchet. Put it on. Ratchet, yeah, exactly. Being ratchet for 3 videos. Okay, let me tell y'all something. Being ratchet for literally 3 videos got me 5,000 new subscribers. And I didn't do it for that reason. I was just doing it for fun. I was like, let me see what this gonna do. I wasn't expecting that, but if that's what YouTube is pushing right now, they're pushing the ratchet look. That's what they're pushing. That's gonna get in the algorithm. That's gonna get noticed. That's gonna get people to click and subscribe. That's gonna get them, to push it in the trending algorithm. Then that's what it is. And more people found my channel, so I'm happy. Um, and it's just a fake character that I do. That's fun. So it's all good. It's not like I wear that stuff outside the house. Okay. And so that's another thing y'all have to understand. When I do comedy, like all my channels are listed under comedy. When I do a character or when I do something funny or different, that's for me. And if you could learn something from it, great. But I don't leave the house looking crazy like that. Yes. Hmm? Better get me a green wig. Oh my goodness. You must think people keep asking me about reptilian. Reptilian. It's a mindset. It's a level of consciousness. Y'all need to get that book, The Secret History of the World by Mark Booth. It will explain like a lot of this stuff. Like uh, it's the consciousness of the reptilian mind. It's not a being. Okay. Reptilian mind is like, okay, think about Harry Potter. Think about Slytherin. That's reptilian mind. You got Hufflepuff, you got Gryffindor, you have Slytherin. These are the different types of consciousness and how people think and how they operate, and these are their moral values. So when someone says I'm reptilian, just go down the list of Slytherin. Okay, sprinkle sprinkle. That's your easy way to figure it out. A lot of the stuff is sitting there right in your face on TV and in books and fiction and also, in nonfiction. But the best way I can explain what's a reptilian, it's a Slytherin. Get it now? Okay. Yeah, they aren't physically reptiles. They just have a reptilian mindset. How do reptiles think? They're crafty, so they do whatever it takes. So Slytherin and very ambitious. Um, Meaning you can change shapes and be multi-personality, which we have the power to do, but some choose not to. Exactly. Cunning, self-interested, yes. So it's disrespectful to dismiss the physical encounters of others. No, it's not disrespectful because I didn't read that part. But if you have experienced and seen one, there are a lot of people that have experienced and seen aliens. There are a lot of people that have seen ghosts, light beings, and all that. So I never want to dismiss what people saw physically. But when someone says they're a reptilian, they literally mean, um, how they think. Okay. There are rumors that people have been experimented on with genetics and experiment gone bad, and whatever they created may have been seen. So I don't know. Like, I can't say you didn't see what you saw, but all I'm saying is that usually when they're referring to that, it's about mentality. Hmm. You say it's about shape shifting. I could shape shift with wigs and makeup. That ain't nothing. You could shape shift with a filter these days, baby. What the heck? It's like when technology takes over, it kind of takes away the quote unquote magic of what people used to be like thrilled with. So like maybe people can shapeshift with a filter these days. What's a reptilian, baby? Could just be a filter. They got 3D holographic filters. Like, you know, a lot of the stuff that you see is holographic. Because like if you try to take a picture with certain things, that's why phones are so good. When you take a picture of certain things, even if it's in the sky, you can tell if it's a hologram or not because it'll have like this film around it or like this encasing around it, and it will be all super digital. So if you ever get a picture of something and you want to know if it's real or fake, zoom in real good, change the color spectrum on your phone, and if it has a million pixels around it and nothing else does, it's a hologram. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, there's stuff that's real and stuff that's fake out there, and that's why a lot of people are just saying, you know what, does it even matter anymore? What is it a metaphor for? How can I use it to my advantage? What is it going to do to help me? So is it real? Does it matter? Is it going to change your life for the better? Then who cares? So move along. Hmm. You woke up and okay, I already read that one. One of the 48 laws of power is to reinvent yourself. Yes. Yeah, but not by anybody else's. Yeah, you can reinvent yourself the way you feel fit, but not by anyone else's influence, not by force, not by people making you feel like you should, because you want to and you're going to do exactly what you want, how you want to do it, when you want to do it. That's freedom, you know. You said progress, believe. Yeah. And you know what? It's not just like when people try to make you change, it's not just one particular person. It's like let's just say you're in the industry and they want you to do something. They're going to get about 10 people or more to try to talk you into it, talk to you about it, mention it. They're going to make sure that you're aware of the changes that you should make. They're just going to bombard you with messages and people trying to tell you what you would look good with, what you should do, what da 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 da. And even if you don't want to or are against it, they're gonna well, they're gonna keep trying to convince you until you say, you know what? Why don't you go tell your mama to go ahead and get that done? Then they leave you alone and start talking about their mama. It's over. So, like, if you're ever on a like, I don't know if there's any other YouTubers or anybody listening that is dealing with that type of thing, tell them they can go do that to their mama, okay? And you will be fine. Believe, because after that point, they're gonna like, you know what, we can't get through. It ain't gonna work. They crazy. Okay. Um, it matters because it discredits official narrative. Well, write a book, baby. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can go write a book on it, baby. That's what I always tell people who are upset or have an issue or don't like how they've been represented. You have a voice too, and that's the beauty about freedom of speech. And if you are very passionate about something, and the next person may not be as passionate about whatever it is you're passionate about, then let your voice be heard. Write a book, do a video, make a story about it, because make other people passionate about it. You know what I'm saying? That's all that I feel that should come from that. I feel like if not too many people are passionate about it or know about it, they might not know about it. Maybe your voice is going to get it out there, or your video or your book. So I'm like, write about it, because if not enough people know about it to where they're easily dismissive, maybe there's not enough information out there about it. So push it out there. Hmm. What you don't give a meaning to has no effect on you. It's not real to me, therefore it doesn't exist. So proof that moves. Okay, that's Jay Z. He quoting Jay Z. That's a Jay Z quote, baby. Y'all gotta know the music. All right, H to the is O, Z to the is A. That was the song that came from. Y'all sitting here quoting rappers, and people are thinking y'all are speaking it. That's funny. Hmm. I thought I ended the live too. What y'all keep asking me questions for? I gotta go. All right, y'all. Have a good day. Have a good evening. Whatever time it is where you are. I'll see y'all later. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Y'all hit the like button. Click like. Leave a comment. What should my next subject be? Put in the comments or in the permanent comments. We all want to see next. Do y'all think I'm correct about a lot of things? Oh, and also write down if you've ever been heavily, if anyone has or any group has heavily tried to persuade you or to make you do something, or you felt that you had to do something. Write about that experience and let me know. Oh, Kelsey, sprinkle, sprinkle. Member in the house. Thank you to all the members who are members. I appreciate you guys. Goddess Wild Red. Thank you everybody who donated. I appreciate you guys. I'm trying to make sure I get everybody before I leave. If I didn't shout out your name and you're a member, I think I did though. Okay. Well, thank y'all everybody who donated. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all hit the like button before y'all leave. Give me a like. You want to see elixir testimonies? Go read the testimonies on Etsy. They're already on there. Like, go read the reviews on my Etsy store, because you can't leave a review unless you actually purchase the product. So those are all reviews that are legitimate. So there are hundreds of them up there. So just go ahead and go to my Etsy store and read the reviews. There are testimonies, reviews, and all that kind of stuff on there on the Etsy store. You want me to speak on each one of them? I think I have a video doing that, like a couple of years ago. But yes, they definitely help you focus and become more aware, and also be able to take control of your situation and make the best out of it. Okay. You said you seeing things. Girl, I was always seeing things, so it wasn't nothing new to me. I had a gift. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. See you later. Bye.